Lentz. Diamond State Association, West Philly team represented tonight by the PSRA President, Sandy Bidwell. North Star Gay Rodeo Association, Gene Briggs. New Mexico Gay Rodeo Association, Brian Heelan. Missouri Gay Rodeo Association, Kenny Paul. Arizona Gay Rodeo Association, RJ Michael. State Gay Rodeo Association and Executive Board Member Stephen Goodrich. Texas Gay Rodeo Association Sheriff of Trustees Randy Evans. And representing the hosting for our hosting association this weekend, the Colorado Gay Rodeo Association, Jack Morgan. We're also pleased to welcome to you former IGRA presidents that are with us today in convention. Mr. Roger Bergman, Brian Helander, and Doug Brock. And finally, it is my pleasure to introduce to you the executive officers of the IGRA board. We've already seen Stephen Goodrich, Sammy Simpkins, and Randy Edlin. Along with them, the treasurer, David Hill. Secretary, Michael Moore. Vice President, Richard Michael. And your IGRA President, Candy Pratt. Thank you all so much. If you could all take your seats.
I'm going to start with a few housekeeping items. The breakfast will, oh, sorry. Never mind.
So sorry.
I'll do it
to you.
Okay.
So, we would now like to enter into the convention hall the flags of the United States, Canada, Colorado, and IGRA that are going to be carried by our convention color guard. The flag of the United States, R.C. Libera Michaels, Empress 46 of the Rocky Mountain Imperial Court. Flag of Canada, carried by Luke. Flag of the state of Colorado, carried by Carolyn Huber, the senior. And the flag of the International Gay Rodeo Association, carried by Rich Valdez, CGRA Vice President. So if you would remain standing and remove your cover, and we'll present our anthems. Which one first? Please remain standing here as we have Roger Oberdire present the invocation.
We're very grateful for love, for this time together, for your presence, for the love that we share, for the opportunity that you've given us this day and this weekend. Bless us, our deliberations. Have your way in our lives, we pray. We ask, we trust, and we believe. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your presence, your attention this morning, and as we conclude these opening ceremonies, it is my great honor to pass the control of the room to the President.
I guess I jumped the gun a while ago. So a few housekeeping items is the breakfast is served till right this minute, so if you want some last minute item, run out and grab it. The bathrooms are on each end of this area, and lunch will be served across the hall. So that starts us off on the housekeeping. Okay, so here's the caveat here. So we don't have internet through, if you connect to Frank, you won't have outside internet. If you unconnect and hook Holiday Inn, you won't have this. So you'll just have to follow along on the screen. So the grinder and the scruff guys, I knew that would be important. Okay, I'm going to try not to butcher these names. They even kind of spelled them out for me. Would the University of Idaho folks come up here for a moment? We've got some people from the University of Idaho. They've probably done some interviews with some of you. They're going to continue all day today and I think leave sometime tomorrow. Ravilee Dative, Sureha Flag, Renee Campbell, and Dusty Fleener. Everybody welcome them. And so if they ask you for an interview, be nice and give them their interviews. How's that? Thank you. Okay, since it's this time of year, I'm going to start out with a joke. Why didn't the turkey eat anything at Thanksgiving? You got it. He was stuffed. Good job, Buck. Okay, I'm going to call the convention to order. Benjamin, would you like to go over the convention rules?
In Standing Rule 5, Annual Convention, Section 6. Convention floor rules shall be as follows. Discussion on any motion or business shall be limited to 10 minutes. A majority vote will be required for each 10-minute extension of the discussion. The question cannot be called within the first 10 minutes of discussion or debate on any subject. Anytime a representative group calls for a caucus, it will take preference over a vote. The maximum time allowed for a caucus will be 10 minutes. All motions and/or committee recommendations must be submitted in writing to the secretary. Only delegates and/or committee chairs may address the convention floor. Voting by voice vote, show of hands, roll call of the voting delegates, or written ballot shall be the option of the chair or at the request of any delegate. Each speaker may only speak once unless everyone desiring to speak has spoken. Any proposed changes made on the committee recommendations on the convention floor may, at the presiding officer's discretion, be sent back to the committee for rewording and then brought back to the convention floor before it can be voted on.
Thank you, Benjamin. Michael, roll call, please, and seating of the delegates.
Alrighty. Arizona, R.J. Michaels.
Here.
Ron Trusley. Dan Iverson. Greg Begay. Mark Boyd. Joshua Sight. Alternates, Travis James. Gary Parker. Shannon Perkins. Alexander Sates. Christy Michaels. 6 delegates. Asgra, Michael Lentz. Patrick Hunter. 2 delegates. Canadian Rockies, Chuck Browning. Judy Munson. Tammy Highcamp. Joanne Deddard. 4 delegates. Colorado, Jack Morgan. Tommy Channel. Rich Valdez. Chris Tobin. John Beck. Carolyn Herbert. Cooper Anderson. Okay. Doug Terr. Jeremy Snido. Roger Kudumach. Greg Tinsley. 6 delegates. Diamond State. Sandy Bidwell. Lisa Smith. John Lowe. Dee Zussman. Cody Kay. Any others from your association? Okay, thank you. 6 delegates, 1 alternate. All righty. Great Plains, David Hartwell. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Great Plains, David Hartwell. Paul Boyd. Matt Story. Jeffrey Duncan. 3 delegates. Will Matt be joining us this weekend? Okay. Golden State, Steve Guidry. David Lawson. Scotty Shaddix. Buck Beal. Del Hoover. John Perez. Okay. Ken Smith. And Stephanie Garber. Okay. Ilgra, Amy Griffin. Alrighty, Missouri. Kenneth Hall. Angela Parker. Sherrill Parker. Sean Schaefer. Sean Higgins. And Nicole Riley. 5 delegates and 1 alternate. Okay. Nevada, Jeffrey Neal. Kathy Alday. Brenda Alday. Guy Clegesi. Brian Smith. No Brian. Oh, okay. I'm on an older list. I'm sorry. And then what? Roger Bergman. And Doug Graff. Okay. 6. Laura Scott. Yeah. Okay. Michigan, Barbara Buggs. Thank you. New Mexico, Ryan Helander. Rich Taylor. Ryan McCoy. Paul Vigil. Frank DeGatto. And Rosie Sierra. 6 delegates. North Star, Gene Frakes. Tony Schwartz. Scott Anderson. Trey Brubaker. Joel Leislegard. And Daryl Hatch. Okay, 6 delegates. Red River, Sammy Simpkin. I'm sorry, that's what I got. I'm sorry, I said 6, but it's 5. You're correct. Sammy Simpkin. Doreen Rue. Janet Stangy. Robin Cagle. Frank Mazzo. Christopher Reedon. Redden, apologies. I should know that by now. And Luke Dilly. Okay. TGRA, Randy Edlin. Here. Tim Smith. Here. Jeannie McLeod. Should be here. Okay. Marcus Hood. Here. Anthony Lumpkins. Here. Bill Barber. Here. Phil Blakesley. Here. Anthony Valdez. Here. Matt Daffra. Steve Back. Here. And Jessica Wyman. Here. 6 delegates for Texas. Utah. Kevin Hillman. Here. Jim Baker. Here. Katina Jones. Okay. Stu Jones. Marco Diaz. Here. And alternate Ryan Alder. How soon do you think the 2 that are not here will be down here? Okay. So you have a total of 5 delegates for the weekend. That gives us a total of 76 voting delegates. Majority will be 38, and the 2/3 will be 51. Okay.
Number 11.
The DSRA has 6 voting delegates. Did you know that?
Yes. So majority is 38, and 2/3 is 51. Oh, Michigan last year was a recognized association. Since Michigan is here and has completed all their paperwork and paid all their fees, they are now automatically moved back to member association. So we're glad to have Michigan back. And last year, Great Plains also moved to recognized status, and they're here with us this weekend, so they're also moving back to member association status.
Number 4.
I don't believe, if I missed it, I didn't hear the secretary call the officers for voting.
Okay, good point. I saw him here. I just went ahead and Candy Pratt,
Here.
Mipsy Michaels,
Here.
David Hill,
Here.
and I'm here. Thank you, Ron. Yes. The officers are included in that total that I announced for majority and 2/3, just so you know. Yeah, okay. You ready for the next one?
Number 16.
Okay, thank you.
They are cutting the air down, just letting everybody know it takes a few minutes. They're cutting it down. I can see everybody fanning and panting. We'll do an auction on Travis's fan back there.
Credentials report. All member associations present this weekend have completed the renewal process for 2020. There are no account receivables pending from these associations. We had 3 associations leave IDRA this year: Sacramento, Swanee River, and Keystone. We welcome Great Plains and Michigan back this year as member associations. I am not aware of any new associations currently working on joining IDRA at this time. For 2020, we have 15 associations. Yes.
Yes?
Do I? Hold on, let me get back to my list. I don't think we had 19 last year. So we have. Oh, you're right.
Okay, we're going to refer all the proposals to each committee as we call them up. I need a motion, entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the last convention at Salt Lake City, Utah. Amy, second by Buck. Number 13.
There is a report missing from the minutes. There
Okay.
was an archives report during last convention that is not included in this report.
Okay.
I will fix that.
We'll put the approval on hold till that is fixed. Okay. Moving right along. So, the challenges of 2019. First of all, and I think everybody knows this, our nonprofit status. Sorry. During the year, as many people know, we lost our nonprofit status. We have worked diligently the last few months to rectify that situation. David Hill and Mike Lentz have worked many, many hours, and through multiple calls and multiple hours of being on those calls and multiple hours of redoing everything that each person on the end of that call told them to do, we ended up this last Monday being told that we more or less needed to start over. And with that being said, start over meant just refiling the application, making some corrections, and resubmitting this. And doing that, there was two ladies that they were on the phone that were very, very helpful and led them down the absolute correct path going forward, because during the months when this all started back in May, June, whenever we finally received the letter, each person that they got a hold of would tell them something different. We would do it, then it would be sent back. So to no one's fault, we just finally got to the right people. We had an advocacy group. These two ladies sent them down the absolute correct path. As of last night or this morning, I don't know if Mike got any sleep. I'm just going to say, I received pictures on my phone of all the first wave of sending in what they've asked us to send in. With that being said, once they get all the correct paperwork, it will go back to the exact moment this year that it was removed. Does everybody understand? Okay. All right. So we're doing everything to rectify the situation. The right people are working on it. Kind of the problem is IGRA received their 501c3 mid-2016. Well, we never started filing this till 2017. We didn't know we had to correct 2016. So that's what kind of started everything going the wrong direction. So since then, refile 2016, file 2017, file 2018. So that's all being done with updating our application. And when I say updating our application, since the time that we all started talking about this 501c3, Michael's worked to change like the mission statement to include the education and things that we were going to do. So that was the updating when he talked to these ladies. He's updating that original application to make sure that it includes everything that we do and that we're about. this year. We also lost some officers, and we managed through that. And I appreciate everybody that stepped up to take those positions. I'm sad that that happened. I don't think I could have done anything about it. We tried to manage those situations, and I think we did a good job of moving right forward and filling those positions and doing the right thing for the organization. I'm sorry, number 4.
I'd like to go back to the taxes really quick if I could, because my understanding with the IRS, is you have to not file for 3 consecutive years to lose your status. Did that take place? Were those actually filed at the correct time, or did we not file for 3 years? And if we didn't file for 3 years, why did we not know about it?
I'm going to let Mike answer your question, Travis. Yes, absolutely.
First of all, I just want to say that I appreciate the work of Candy and David and the other folks who have been supportive in this process. I'm not necessarily appreciative of the people who've kind of created impediments and actually spread false information about what was going on. If you have a question about what's happening in any business of IGRA, please reach out to somebody first before you start making things up in the future. We were given automatic revocation of our tax exempt status dated May 15, 2019. That notice was not generated until August 19th. We received it in the mail on August 22nd. We got that in the mail on August 22nd. We were on the phone with the IRS for 2 hours the next day, August 23rd. We have shown due diligence. That automatic revocation was created by the computer system. And you're right, that automatic revocation was related to missing 3 years of taxes. Let me tell you what those 3 years are. The first year was 2016. The first time we knew we were supposed to file 2016 was August 23rd when we made that first call. We have a letter from the IRS dated February 23rd, 2017 that says you have been granted tax-exempt status. It's very large print, a different font. Probably the letters are about 3 times as big as any other letters on the piece of paper in our tax determination letter, and it says February 23rd, 2017. Down below it says you must start filing 990 forms each year. So we interpreted that to mean, hey, as of February 23rd, 2017, we need to start filing our nonprofit taxes. On August 23rd of this year, when we said, hey, what's going on, they said, oh, yeah, that big giant date at the top, that's really not the date you're supposed to be looking at. Our process is that your effective date is as of when you applied. So if we had applied earlier in the year, 2016, it would have never been a problem. We would have known what was going on. But we applied in November of 2016. We never in 2016 told anyone we were applying, did not use that tax-exempt status, but we were granted that tax-exempt status back to 2016 and didn't know we had it. So that's year 1. In 2017, the year we thought was supposed to be our first return, we filed that return. We filed by May 15 is the due date. On May 15, we filed an extension to file, and the IRS says, yeah, we know you filed an extension to file. We have that on record. November 15, we filed the taxes. I think they were filed, and here's why. David provided me a copy right after they were filed. But the IRS did not receive those and properly log them into their system. Part of that issue we've discovered could be the fact that we had 2 addresses on the file. So we think the paperwork was mishandled in 2017. Unfortunately, we were never given any notice that we haven't seen your taxes yet. IRS doesn't tell you you haven't filed your taxes until 3 years after that happens. And that's only if you miss another year. So that's what happened to 2017. Okay, what happened to 2018? Well, you know, frankly, it wasn't due till last Friday. And it was filed way ahead of last Friday. But here's the odd situation. We filed in May of this year an extension to file these taxes. And so, once again, the IRS lost our extension. Again, we have proof that we filed it from our standpoint, but the one thing they want was a registered mail receipt. And we don't have that registered mail receipt. We did file it, but they don't have the receipt, and they lost it. So we're kind of like, we screwed up in 2016 by misreading the document they sent us. And then we did not have proof for the 2017 and 2018 issues just because we didn't pay the extra $7 for the little green card. So that's what happened. And so that's the reason we also took a couple months talking to people saying, hey, we did the right thing. You erroneously took our tax-exempt status away from us. They do have a lot of paperwork from us. They just don't have the right combination of things. And finally, the folks in Ogden, the lady in Ogden, and there's another one in Mississippi, who actually got on our case. We had a case manager. We went to them, we said, we want a case manager for this, because we had been calling people every time we were trying to fix this. That original August 23rd call, we did exactly what they said. We didn't wait 24 hours. In 3 hours from the time of that call, we did exactly what they said. And here's the kick in the pants. 2 weeks later, we get what we sent to them back and said, this isn't what we wanted. And we're like, that's exactly what we were told to do. So then we got on the phone again. They said, send us this. We sent them the next thing. They sent that back, and they said, this isn't what we wanted. And the catch-22 is this. We sent the taxes in, so they now have lots of versions of our taxes with all kinds of things written on them. But we were told you cannot get your tax-exempt status restored until we get this paperwork. When we sent in the paperwork, they sent it back with a letter that says, we cannot accept this paperwork until you get your tax-exempt status restored. So it's pretty clear that that's not a situation you want to be in. So advice to you, please ask for information. If you have a question, please ask for information. And that's why I gave you the nickel response to the penny question. Is because I want you to have as much information as possible. I want you to understand that we didn't do anything, we don't feel we did anything wrong. But from the standpoint of the computer that automatically kicked us out and the people that now have to override that, we don't have any choice but to go through some very prescribed steps. There's three steps. One of them is pretty big. It was actually completed at 8:32 last night. The next step is pretty tiny. That's a matter of David writing a check. And the third step is a pretty big one, and that's refiling the 1023 updated. And I expect that's going to be done in the next 72 to 85 hours. And so we're gonna get back on the track here. We guesstimate 68 days. That's what it takes typically. So anyway, thank you for hearing us out and for having patience. And our goal, by the way, is to do retroactive restoration of our tax-exempt status. So at midnight, May 15, 2019, the computer system says we're no longer a recognized 501c3. By following the steps we're following, that tax-exempt status will be restored back to May 15, 2019. And so hopefully sometime in the next 60-some days, we'll be able to say, okay, we've been tax-exempt, even though we didn't know it for a year of that, since January 1st, 2016, continuously. All right, thanks.
Any other questions? Any other questions about that? 17.
This is Chuck Browning from CRGRA. My question is, are we using a tax accountant currently?
The answer would be no. Number 5. That is a later time. Any other questions? Okay, I'm going to move forward with 2019 challenges. We had one rodeo cancel, but I'm glad to say that they are back on the calendar this year. We had the implementation of the rodeo management system. You know, if you were in the board meeting on Thursday, and if you were in the IT meeting yesterday, and thank you all in that IT meeting for all the positive things that you said. Christopher and I really appreciate it. So, as everyone probably doesn't know, I think some people were misinformed that they thought that we just all of a sudden switched gears here and we're just pushing everyone into the 21st century without asking. Well, Frank and David and myself and Christopher and everybody can tell you is that what happened was the system we used before went bye-bye. So in a fast mode, we had to come up with something for entry. We did discuss this prior, and looking at it at the convention last year. Gene Frakes found the RMS system. It wasn't exactly, but it was very close to what we needed, and it's very, very inexpensive. I don't think everybody knows that. It's $200 a rodeo, folks. And this gentleman in Canada that runs this system has done a huge amount of, I'm not going to say the word I said in the board meeting because it's not nice. He has changed this system to work for IGRA. And please understand that IGRA is many times different from other rodeo associations with 3-member events and our different rules and the different way we can do added money and things like that. So Galen has graciously, for a long time, continually, every time we came from a rodeo and we found a different problem or something popped up, he fixed it. And then towards the end of the season, we graciously had a donor and we did some huge changes that would really bring it up to exactly what we needed. So going into 2020, please reach out. We're going to have an on-site training. We're going to have some virtual trainings. Christopher will be at the rodeos. This system, I think you can talk to anyone that has used it, is very user-friendly. At a push of a button, you get your results. We are not eliminating anyone's job. So if that's the rumor, that's not true. But wouldn't it be nice for all these people that are up till midnight to be done in the early hours of an evening and be able to have supper and enjoy the rodeo like the rest of us? Okay. That's where we're going, folks. So if you're kicking and screaming, I'm dragging you along. My other challenge this year is conflict. You know, everybody has a different opinion. And I would hope that differing opinions can come up with great results, right? So please, this divide that we have, we don't need. I'm here to try to lead you. I'm not going to push you any certain way. I hope that everybody's opinion is taken into consideration and that we can be a great organization. So, enough on that. Declining membership. You know, I'll tell you that the 3 associations that we're losing this year, I'm sad about it. But, you know, some things are inevitable, and we really couldn't, as IGRA, we really couldn't do anything about it. You know, I talked to Mark Scammell, which has done a great job from Sacramento. We talked a lot. He hung on to it last year. If people didn't know, they had a huge problem with their taxes where they found out that they weren't filed for several years. They were trying to get that all straightened out. Didn't know what that was going to cost them. And Mark struggled with having other people volunteer or get involved. And so I suggested that he just join one of the other Golden State associations and just make it even stronger. They also, pretty sure they donated most of their equipment and everything. I talked to him about that, and I'm glad that he did that, they helped out. So want to wish them well. Thank Mark and company for everything that they've done, but plan to see them on the road just like everybody else. Swanee River. Spoke to Janine. You know, after she got hurt, you don't realize what that does to an old body. And, you know, everybody knows how strong-willed Janine is. She just thought she was going to pop right back. And after that traumatic accident in the Bay Area, you know, she told me, she said, oh my God, this has taken me forever to get back. And she's just now riding a little bit. And Janine was the kind of the backbone of that association, and she struggled as well. She said, I just couldn't get anybody else to help and do things, and I think we all know about this, right? And so when I talked to her the other day to make sure that that was the path, but she assured me that, you know, she would be back on the road and join some other association and everything, but she just couldn't get other members involved and to help out to go forward with Swanee River. So we're sorry to lose them, but I don't think we're going to lose any members because I think they'll be in other associations. And then we'll get to Keystone. You know, that association, there was several members, you know, royalty members, valuable members that association came on board, had a couple of rodeos, some misinformation was given, there was some trouble, and I want you to know, as the president of IGRA, that I did reach out, I did try to help, and sometimes you just can't help some people. So that's all I'm going to say about that. But they've chosen to not renew with IGRA. I wish them well. I welcome any of those contestants to join any other organization and come have fun with us. Okay? Highlights. We're going to switch gears now. Leave the doom and gloom and go to highlights. Okay. I'm going to bring it up again, and I'm going to say that I'm going to bring up the rodeo management system. You know, we started at Phoenix. You know, we didn't know anything. That one was just a mess, but we learned a lot. The next one was DSRA. Again, that was Christopher's first moment of going, and I tried to talk Galen into coming, but that's kind of scary to ask somebody to come to a gay rodeo, just telling you. So that was Christopher's first moment. It was the first time that, you know, we were running side by side with the regular system, that the old system that we use. Each time, each rodeo, we learned more and more. And I want to thank all the associations that were welcoming to help learn this system, to work with Christopher, Jeffrey, Michael, David, everyone that helped in this system and understood that we have to move forward and we have to evolve. And to the contestants in this room, don't you like getting your running order? So more things are going to be unchecked. And when I say that, we're going to release the dragon. And what that does is RMS does all kinds of things. And there's things that we didn't unleash because some people didn't want us to, but it keeps as you're running, let's say you run first in barrels or whatever, and you go put your horse up and go do something, you can look in real time, and if you're, at the barn, you can look and it'll tell you what place you're sitting. There's all kinds of things that this system does that we haven't unleashed that we are going to. But just be patient with us, and please, reach out. So if you want the training, and we hope that someone from each association does that. Number 11.
For those of us that are not on the back side of incorporating RMS, how can we help as far as, I don't know, in the system and run schools? Is there anything we can do for those of us that are not on the programming side at the association level? What can we do?
Absolutely. Christopher, I'm going to let you answer that.
Thank you. Your best friend. Appreciate that. I'm making myself available. Anybody who wants to learn the system, ideally, and I'll be talking about this in the IT committee in a minute, but anyone who is interested, I'm more than willing to show how it works and get some help doing it, especially during registration. Registration is still a bit, I wish they looked at it. All the associations, I would like to ask to assign a member or two members to have access to the system to keep your members up to date, to show when their registrations are paid, and make sure their addresses, email addresses now are critically important because the system sends you receipts and notices that you registered, and that's where you get your information to log in and check your go order. So get with me. I will make my email address and number available. I'm going to be trying to do some go-to meetings so I can actually show and work through some things. Not everybody needs access to every area of the system, but certainly we'll work that out, and I'm more than happy to have help. I appreciate that. I like that attitude. Really appreciate that all. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. So,
Can I add to that?
yep.
The other piece that everyone needs to understand is in the RMS system, the contestants have the ability to update your address, your phone number, your email address directly yourself. You don't have to have someone in your association do it or have the auditors do it. In RMS, you have the ability to update your information yourself.
Yes. So that's one thing that we're going to push, and the next thing this year, the next part of the kicking and screaming is I'm going to implore the contestants to go ahead and finish your registration, finish paying and stuff like that. We want to move to like a 1-hour registration where these people can be done because, because all the other associations or let's say rodeo groups or something like that, all that's done ahead of time and all that's paid ahead of time, and you don't have to have the cashiers and all the volunteers and stuff like that. So it allows everyone to be done earlier, for the secretarial and everybody to have all the paperwork done way ahead of time. They're not up till midnight just so we can start at 8 in the morning. And as he said, the contestants will be responsible. They can go at any time and update all their information on their own. Another positive thing is we had great rodeo stock and ground this year. I think everybody needs to give themselves an applause, all these rodeo associations. It's greatly appreciated by the contestants, I can tell you that. I think David will agree with that. Things are evolving and getting better all the time, and it's greatly appreciated. And Roger can help me if I miss anything, but this year our IGRA archive presence was absolutely amazing. In May, I went to the One Archive at University of Southern California, and we made a huge donation. There was many people in this room there. I appreciate that. That was a great thing, and now we're going to be on exhibit there, and they'll let us know when that happens. IGRA archive display at CRGRA and WGRF. Did anybody get to see any of that? I think it was great. Thank you to Roger, Brian, Patrick, everybody that was involved, Tommy, everybody was involved. That was wonderful. Judy, thank you. Greatly appreciated. I've heard nothing but compliments and how wonderful, and the pictures from y'all's rodeo was absolutely amazing. Thank you, everybody. We also, at this time, and Roger knows a little bit more about this, but we have several items on loan to University of Oregon for the Blake Little exhibit. So, and then we received an email where they're going to do it a little longer, right, Roger? Yeah, keep them a little longer. So we have a lot of presence out there for our archives. So I really want to commend, Frank and Roger and Patrick, anybody involved with this. It really is amazing to be recognized this way and to see that people are asking us for these items. So anyway, if you want to ask some questions, ask Roger. I think he even brought some stuff this weekend, didn't you? Okay. Perfect. Thank you. We also had a presence at the New York City 2019 World Pride Stonewall 50 March. I want to personally thank Philip and Anthony and Holly for traveling to New York and spending 16, 17 hours on their feet, one of them in full drag.
Not yet.
Yeah. And representing IGRA, that's carrying a 10-foot banner. I don't even remember what I bought now. Yep. A banner on IGRA through the streets of New York all those hours. So let's give them a round of applause. We want to welcome Canada back to IGRA and our rodeos. Welcome. Thank you. Glad to see it. And for everyone that was there or wasn't the 2019 WGRF amazing? Yep. Great job, everyone. I want to give a little recognition to several people, and if I miss anybody, it's not intended. I hope that throughout the year, I thank you for all that you do. I want to thank Mipsy for stepping up and taking care of the royalty team and all that goes with it. I want to thank I want to thank the WGRF committee for showing up and going to that Tucson Pride and slinging some beer, slinging some ropes, and adding to the donations that went to the WGRF pot. Thank you, committee, for doing that. For RMS, I want to thank Christopher Redden, Gene Frakes, Christy Michaels, Michael Norman, Jeffrey Neal, and David Hill. Thank you for being available, for participating, for working through these things, and we're moving forward with that. Thank you to all the associations that have a rodeo school prior to the start of their rodeo, because that's how we get new contestants started and that's how we evolve. So thank you for all you associations that take the time and the extra money to put those on. I appreciate it. Thank you. To Cowboy Frank, thank you for all you do for IGRA, to keep us live, to keep the internet going, to keep everything updated on the webpage. We appreciate all you do. To Michael Lentz and David Hill. You know, I've taken a lot of flack on this 501c3 thing. And you know what? I'll take it. Because no one in this association does anything on purpose to take the association down or to make anything negative. And it was kind of like what Mike said earlier. It makes me sad when I hear all this negativity or this finger pointing about something like this when I, Mike, David, no one really had anything to do with it, and all we've done is work towards fixing the problem. So thank you for listening to me and for helping IGRA fix this problem. I want to thank all the committee chairs for their work this year. You know, people don't know what goes on behind the scenes, but I know many of you work throughout the year to get things done, and I greatly appreciate that. Thank you, Randy, for stepping up right here at the end and taking care of things for us in that chair position. Thank you, everybody, for your 2019 work. Thank you for this. You know, you're going to continue through the next 2 days and finishing up this year, and I'll be talking to many, many people about 2020, so I just wanted to thank everybody for their work. To the member associations, that's one of the big thank yous. Thank you for being a part of IGRA. Thank you for everything you do. You know, I personally know what it takes to put on a rodeo and all the tireless work, the stress that it takes a toll on so many people. You know, so many associations are struggling, and I hope that other associations reach out to help them. IGRA is going to reach out to help you. I've got several people to talk to this weekend, and we're going to do a better job of providing help and see what we can do and see what the problems are to help the ones that are struggling move forward. So thank you for all that you do for IGRA as well. In ending, I want to tell everybody that, you know, we've got more rodeos in 2020. So we've got Oklahoma's coming back. We have a new site for the Missouri Rodeo. And this year we have the Minnesota Rodeo will be back on the schedule this year, so we're looking forward to that too. And with my person here on my right, we are going to increase our fundraising strategies. So look out for those. Everybody that knows me knows that I'm pretty open to try just about anything. And so we're going to broaden our horizons a little bit, try different strategies, and that being said, you know, helping these associations. I think we'll do about anything to entertain the corrals and, you know, make a little bit of money and do things. I did tell everybody this, but I finally lost that $100 bill, and I did shed a tear over it at the finals. But anyway, but I don't know if you noticed how much fun the crowd had with that while we were on a medical down. But those people, I think, will remember that. A lot of those people came up to me later on to introduce themselves and talk to me a little bit about it or whatever. So we had a lot of fun with that. So, there's a lot of things you can do, to make fundraisers, out of those type of things and have fun with your crowd that they, remember you. And I'm going to say it again. I keep saying it or whatever, but I'm going to preach it. But you'll have more enhancements on that RMS system, and we'll just evolve forward. I thank you for your faith in me, and that's the end of my report. Thank you. The chair recognizes, I'm sorry, Jean? I can repeat it for you. North Star, year before last, when I said earlier about the enhancements or the improved ground and the stock, year before last when we went to North Star, two things were greatly noticed. It's some of the best ground that I've ever run on in my life, and I'm not kidding because I do a lot of horse competition. And Jean had told that committee, how important that was, and it was amazing. I even said something about it or whatever, because whenever you notice something that good, it really was. Something else was like one of the rodeo, the 2 years prior or whatever, the stock was less than desirable, and several people got injured. They had a new stock contractor, and this guy was so funny, and he had so much fun, and he, like many other stock contractors, said we were one of the best groups of people to work with. And he and his wife? His wife and family, the whole family, they had so much fun with us that they could not wait. They were wanting North Star to have one every year. But so that's the same stock contractor. So I want to encourage everybody to attend their rodeo, but because this guy does a wonderful time. He's pleasant like several of these other stock contractors that we're using now, and he's glad to work for us. So did I get it? Yes. Yes. He had great stock. So anyways, did I cover what you wanted to say? Okay, sorry. Any other questions of mine? Perfect. Okay, so now I'm going to introduce the current vice president. He's known as many things. He's Grandma, he's Mipsy, he's Michael, and to me he's known as Senor Butts. Or Seymour Butts, sorry. Yes, that's a private joke that if anybody wants to know about. So, Mipsy, are you ready now?
I'm ready.
Got yourself together?
I got myself together.
Okay.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I want to thank everyone that has supported me this year for the last 2 months. It was quite a whirlwind to get myself together and get a contest together in basically a month. So it's a great learning curve for me, and I appreciate everybody's support on that, so thank you very much. I also want to thank my host association for allowing me to step back from our association and put that can down, RJ, and put that can down. Allowing me to step back from the board of HRA and to pursue IGRA, so thank you very much, I appreciate that. So, in regards to last year, with all the trials and tribulations that the royalty had ensued, we'll say, they accomplished to raise $13,391. So I'm going to break that down for you, so just so you know that they raised $9,005 for operation accounts for IGRA. They raised $1,186 for, I hope I don't, sorry, this cancer group, Monchief Cancer, is that correct, out of Texas? Who? Moncrief. They raised $1,186 for them. So thank you for doing that for the charity. In kind, and in kind is something that you folks may not know, but if a royalty team member is at, say, another association and they put on a fundraiser or do some type of raffle or whatever for that specific community, they get credit. They don't get monetary credit. They get credit for what they've done to help the association. So in turn, this year, they raised $1,000 for World's Gay Rodeo Finals. They did an in-kind with many events that were put on. So I want to thank them for stepping up a little bit with that and helping. And then the last thing was sponsorship for sashes and crowns. This year, our total amount for sashes and crowns, it runs about $2,400. And I'm very fortunate that $1,800 of our crown and sashes were sponsored this year, and primarily through the royalty staff. I'm going to go through the sponsorships because I did not get a chance at our contest to thank, so I will go through them. But thank you very much for stepping up and helping out this year. So great job, and I am very proud to finish your year off with you. So thank you. We also, so in our sponsorships for the sashes and things, our Ms. Sash was sponsored by Travis, along with the buckle was sponsored by Robin Cagle. So thank you very much. We appreciate that and your support. Our Miss First Runner-Up was sponsored by Jen Verna. Okay. Our Miss Sash was sponsored again by Travis James, thank you. And then we had an anonymous sponsor for the buckle for the Miss. The individual came up and wanted to sponsor a buckle but did not want the name mentioned. So we got a sponsorship for that. The Mr. Sash was sponsored by James. Tommy Channel sponsored the Mr. Buckle, so thank you very much, Tommy. I appreciate that. I'll come and be back for you next year. Iona sponsored her sash, and the Miss was sponsored, first runner-up was sponsored by Duchess, and Gary Parker sponsored the Miss Sash this year, and Travis sponsored the crown. So I want to thank you very much for stepping up and doing that. I really appreciate it. We also had our 10 years. Our 10-year was Miss Iona Double-White. She was Miss IGRA 2010. And then we also have Roger, who's right here in Colorado. He will be receiving his 10-year buckle at awards on Sunday, but he will be getting that. So, and then the Spirit Stick this year was awarded to the Arizona Gay Rodeo Association, to that royalty team. They did an outstanding job of supporting out in the community. Now, this year we're very fortunate as well to have a 10-person royalty team. I'm very proud to say that a lot of them are actually young. They're very new to this, so there's going to be a learning curve, and they're very gung-ho to be out there and working with the community and working with your associations. Later on tomorrow, when I have to do my little spiel, I'll tell you what we're up to in regards to what we're looking to do for your associations next year. So thank you again for your support for the last 2 months, and thank you.
Thank you, Mipsy, and thanks for all that you do. Next is the Secretary's report. Michael?
Good morning. It's nice to see our student guests in. It's nice to see our college student guests with us this weekend. Hope you have enjoyed your time with us. It's really nice to see your interest in gay rodeo. Completing my first year as IDRA secretary has been a learning experience. I've seen a lot of our organization in a very different light. Some has been good, and some areas we could do better. I learned a great deal. Having been part of IDRA since 1992, we have evolved in many ways. We have made some great friends over the years and lost many good friends. I'm glad to say that preparation for this year's convention has been night and day different from last year. Working together with several others made this year go rather well. It may not have been totally 100% perfect, but here are some notable milestones. The convention meeting schedules were posted on our website at the end of June for this convention. Convention notice was ready and communicated at the end of July. Our convention registration process was much better than last year. It had a little bit of a hiccup at the beginning with the issues around service fees, but we got those addressed. And the process for registration helped David and I and the hosting association a great deal. So that was a huge relief this year. Thank you, Jack, David, and Frank for your support. Frank had convention items posted very quickly as they were prepared. I would typically send him something, and within a matter of hours, it was on the website. So he was always very responsive, and that was greatly appreciated. We had 30 conference calls this year besides our quarterly meetings. I continue to learn and adapt. I have tried to help where I can and will continue to do so. We need to communicate better and work together more. We can accomplish many things with teamwork. It's an honor and a privilege to be your IDRA secretary. Thank you very much.
David, you ready?
And now to the numbers. If you look under the tab for treasurer, you will see the financials through September. Unfortunately, there are some major items blank in WGRF. We have continuously asked for invoices, and because of that, we never updated that financial. It will be done as soon as possible and posted on the web. The financials are pretty basic. Balance sheet, income statement. Please look it over. If you have any questions, get back to me. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to try another one. Buck probably knows this one too. Why does a duck have tail feathers? To cover his butt quack. Yeah. You weren't quick enough then, Buck. Okay, we're going to move into some of the administrative reports. Tommy?
Thank you, Candy. Thank you again for all of your support throughout the year. As Candy said, you're going to hear a lot about RMS in the next months to come. I want to say thank you to Chris over there and Candy. During the WGRF finals invitation process, which, as Patrick can attest to, where is he? Over there. Is always, pardon my French, a pain in everybody's ass. But with the onset of the RMS system, we are going to see some great advancements for the organization. And I must tell you, this year, when it was launched for WGRF, Dave and I spent a lot of hours trying to figure out what we were not accustomed to, and strange things that we would see on a screen or when someone would try and register for an event. Candy will tell you, I would call her sometime at way after dark, saying, how do we do this or how do we do that? Well, the response was, well, let me get with Chris. And let me tell you, I can promise you, whatever Dave and I suggested or tried to figure out how it should be, it was pretty much fixed within a few hours. Is that right, Candy? Yep. So, Christopher, thank you for being so attentive to that back there. He's amazing. So I just wanted to say that because we as human beings don't like change. But guess what? We are changing, and it is, I guarantee you, for the better. And thank you, Candy, for taking that step to bring us to where we need to be, quite frankly. So thank you, guys, for that. I think as you contestants out there, even your administrative, your life is going to be easier. I guarantee it. It may not be next month or in January, but it's going to be easier. Okay, enough about that. WGRF. Buck, where are you? Oh, there you are. Will you join me here? We have 4 size medium only WGRF memorabilia left. The first 4 people to raise their hand or race up and hit Buck on the head, they're yours for $10. Right over there, there's one. They're yours for $10 a piece. Oh, there's another one over there. So we got 2 left. Who wants them? There's another one over here, Buck. 1 more left. Okay, that's it. They're gone. Right over there. Okay. In honor of the snow. Let's hear it for the snow. Come on. It's purty. It's cold, but it's purty. We have long sleeve IGRA shirts for you cold people. $10 a piece in white, red, and gray, right over there. $10 a piece. You'll see me later for that. A word about our insurance. We are, as I have been directed, going to, hopefully, if I can find somebody to work with us, get a quote, a competitive quote to our insurance policy this year. That policy, our current policy, ends at the end of February. We have in the past renewed that or voted on our registration, renewal at the February board meeting. This year, that board meeting will be teleconferenced in January. Is that right, Candy? So we need your rodeo school dates. We need your rodeo dates accurate. We need that information ASAP to get those renewal quotes ready for January teleconference. So we ask that you contact me with your rodeo school dates so they can be put on that renewal, and make sure that your rodeo dates are accurate. Again, thank you all for your support. Anything that I can do to assist you, my number is on every bathroom wall in the building. Thank you very much.
Being one of the transport people for the IGRA merchandise, Tommy, thank you for always making that available for us at many rodeos. I appreciate all your work on that. That's no, I think you might ask Sam and Robin and Murmur's not here, Janet, Doreen or whatever. That's Jean. I don't know how you do it. If anybody was present for when we brought the black trunks off mine and Robin's trailer at the finals, we almost killed a few people.
One more thing. With that being said, I did forget, and this was in my head, I just forgot it when I got so excited that all those t-shirts. Money going right to the treasurer over here. There you go. Done. You guys don't know how much work goes into moving this merchandise from rodeo to rodeo. If it weren't for Candy here in her huge horse trailer, it many times wouldn't be. Gene over there works tirelessly, many hours. He does a fantastic job with this merchandise, and as you can see, many of us wearing his product that he produces for us there. So these two guys right here, the folks, they deserve a huge round for moving this stuff around.
I actually forgot about two of my main men. They're sitting right front here, Boogie and Nugget. I think that for the Funniest Home videos, we could probably share a few videos of our loading and unloading of this stuff. But these guys have been a tremendous help. They're the ones that helped me and Murmur and Doreen and Robin load all this stuff. And if you've never seen what this looks like, you might want to check it out, because it's quite the storage. And when Gene tells you he's going to bring 2 trunks, he's going to bring 5. Okay. Are you doing Ed's report, or is Michael?
Michael is.
Oh, you want one now? Does everybody need a pee break? Okay. So let's be back at, how about 10 o'clock? And I believe Rodeo Rules, where did you want to meet? They're going to meet across the hall. Okay? So be back at 10 o'clock. Everybody ready to get started back? Okay, folks, we're getting started back. The chair recognizes Michael Norman. He is going to read our corporate auditor report.
The report covering June through September 2019, 4 months reviewed since the last report, and annual recap notes. Prior report to the period ending 5/31 delivered in June 2019. I had full access to the books and records and related reconciliations of IGRA. I reviewed the June through September 2019 bank reconciliations. They reconciled and agreed to the general ledger. I reviewed the income statements and balance sheets for the month, which include a comparison to the prior year. The income on the balance sheet agrees to the income on the income statement, and retained earnings rolled forward appropriately. The income statements look reasonable when compared to the activity of the prior year and activity observed in the general ledger. I reviewed the general ledger for deposit and cash expense transactions for June through September 2019. There were 217 transactions for this period, and 466 line items of deposits expenditures during this audit year through 9/30/2019. Some deposits expenditures covered multiple lines of detail. Using a random number generator found at random.org, I ran a random sampling covering 10% of deposits expenditures, rounded up to 22 in the current review period, 46 or 10% year to date. All of the backup substantiation for deposits examined tied to the general ledger, as did all transactions for expenditures in this sample of 22. All of the deposits and the expenditures in the current period examined appear to be properly supported either by receipt or fees found on the bank statement. All expenditures, receipts, support examined conforms to the IRS publication 463 rules on receipt limits, $75 or higher. I am able to report to the IDRA Board of Directors and the IDRA Annual Convention delegates that nothing out of the ordinary was noted in the sample of IDRA transactions, nor were there any exceptions noted during this audit year. I would like to thank our Treasurer, David Hill, for his continued excellent work. Note, October was not finalized yet due to final bills not presented to David yet with the proper support from a vendor. That will be picked up in the new audit year and reported on the next regularly scheduled meeting. Please note, this is an internal review audit as prescribed by the bylaws and is not, nor is intended to be, an external independent audit performed in accordance with general accepted auditing standards, and accordingly no opinion is expressed on the IDRA financial statements in that respect. Respectfully submitted, Ed Berry, 11/20/2019.
Any questions? Okay. We will move on to the committee reports. Jack?
First off, Candy and Madam President, thank you for an amazing year that you've taken us to a different place. I know this really isn't convention, but I just want to say, Candy, Michael, Norman, and Michael Lintz, thank you for the literally hundreds of hours of the issue that you inherited with our tax, and thank you for your dedication of trying to resolve it. So thank you. Okay, there, is that better? And so from a convention perspective, just want to, on behalf of CJRA, welcome everyone to the hotel. Welcome to Colorado. Hopefully everybody's enjoying the cold weather. As you saw, there's breakfast out that was this morning. There will be tomorrow. There'll be an afternoon snack and another snack. Well, one later in the morning and then one in the afternoon for y'all, and the same tomorrow. And there's sodas and waters out on the table as well. Convention is a lot of work, and it takes a lot of effort. And CJRA, hopefully you feel that it's conducive to conducting commerce this weekend in the business of the Rodeo Association. It takes a lot of money to put it on. So thank you to each and every one of you from CJRA for your delegation fees to help put this on. And if you haven't seen it, this is not a comprehensive list, but it's a list that's been out there. Without these folks' participation and contributions, we wouldn't be able to have this. You always run into technical issues or issues that come up during the course of putting on convention. Apologize in advance for what's going to happen and what has happened. We're trying to get internet up right now. Just found out that wasn't working this morning. And hopefully everybody's a little cooler because it was Africa hot in here this morning. So sorry about that, but hopefully everybody's feeling a little bit better. If putting on convention, the one thing I will say next year, there is no one right now. I think there's a couple considerations out there. It's fun to do, and it's an honor, and it's a privilege. So hopefully we get a couple bids by the end of the session here for the next couple of years so we can plan it out. CJRA and myself is happy to help with any questions that people have for the next year. Probably the biggest sticking point is your hotel contract and just making sure what's included and make sure that you can negotiate the best possible things in that agreement that you can. Other than that, I think that's all, unless I'm missing anything. Yes, sir. Oh, yeah. Amy, I'll defer that to Amy, but we do have an event tonight that is being hosted, and Amy will get into that with her report. That's open to everyone, so it will be right across the hall for between 7 and 9. There is no cost, so hopefully everybody can join us for that as well. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you, Tommy. The red ticket is for lunch. So you'll have, that's for your lunch ticket. They'll be directly across the hall. They should be by your trustee. They were all given to the, thank you, Buck. If you haven't gotten yours yet, every trustee was distributed those for their delegation. Thanks for those points. Thank you, and have a great convention.
I think the only thing that Jack forgot is Mipsy and others are selling raffle tickets to the 2 Great Cups. Do we have those? There we go. So if you want, if you'll notice, the 1 cup has all the association acronyms on it, and the other has several of our contestants' pictures that have been transposed. Anyway, if you want a ticket on the lunch break or this evening, they're going to give them away tomorrow, so you can purchase them. Okay? Roger, are you ready? Oh, snuck away. I saw you down there.
Just real quick, right after they do the raffle, the archives is accepting donations. The Archives Committee was held on Friday, November 22nd, beginning at 8:35 and ending at 9:22. I want to thank the 7 voting delegates and 2 guests in attendance. We did not have any proposals to vote on. 2019 has been a busy year for the IGRA Archives Committee. On April 9th, I received an email from the Museum of Natural and Cultural History at the University of Oregon, located in Eugene. They notified me that they were hosting the traveling exhibit, Blake Little, Photographs from the Gay Rodeo, from September 1st, 2019 through January 19th, 2020. This exhibit has been traveling around the country for the past 2 or 3 years, but this is the first time IGRA has been contacted to loan some archive items to display along with the photo exhibit. They were only interested in items from the 1988 to 92 time period, as that is when the Blake Little photographs were taken. The archives collection has very few items from that time period, so I contacted 2 individuals who I thought may be able to help out. My thanks to Janine Tuttle for loaning me all of her belt buckles to photograph for posting on the gayrodeohistory.org website, as well as her permission to loan her buckles from 88 to 92 to the University of Oregon for their display. I also want to thank Patrick Kearns for the donation of all of Jerry Hubbard's belt buckles. Both Janine and Jerry are in the IGRA Hall of Fame. Last week, I received word that the exhibit has been well received. Several media articles have been done, which included photos of the belt buckles from our archives. They have extended the exhibit another 4 weeks to February 21st. On May 6th, the Monday following the Palm Springs Hot Rodeo, 9 rodeo individuals made the trip to Los Angeles to witness IGRA President Candy Pratt present the first donation of IGRA Archives materials to 1 National Gay and Lesbian Archives at the USC libraries. This donation included 5 file boxes of rodeo and convention programs, member association newsletters, and numerous rodeo posters. Following the brief donation ceremony, the staff of 1 provided a tour of their archive building. Additional donations will be made to 1 as existing archive materials are cataloged and new archive materials are gathered. On June 11th, I received an email from the James Museum, located in St. Petersburg, Florida. They will be next to host the Blake Little exhibit from March 28th to June 21st, 2020, and they also want to include some archive items from IGRA. August 2nd and 4th was the first Canadian Rockies Rodeo North, I left Las Vegas, Nevada on Tuesday, July 30th with the trunk of my car completely full of archive items for display at that rodeo, which was also the 500th IGRA sanctioned rodeo. I arrived in Calgary, Alberta, Canada 3 days later, and on Friday was setting up the display with the help of 2 rodeo volunteers. I want to thank Chuck Browning and Judy Munson for helping to coordinate with me, locate display boards for my use, and providing the free space for the display. Also want to thank Brian Helander and the Gay and Lesbian Rodeo Heritage Foundation for finding a sponsor to donate funding to help pay for some of the expenses for this display. The sponsor is the Ogden Visitors Bureau, so keep Ogden in mind as you travel to Utah. On my way back to Las Vegas, I stopped to visit friends and family in Washington State, and then drove to Eugene, Oregon on August 9th, where I dropped off the archive items they had requested for their display. The display will include 18 belt buckles, 4 bandanas with Rodeo Association logos, 2 ball caps, and a Ms. CGRA 9192 sash, which was won by Chris Meyer. The next day, I drove to Sacramento. Sadly, the Sacramento Capital Crossroads Gay Rodeo Association decided to dissolve their organization this year. The association could have just thrown everything away, but I want to thank them for contacting GSGRA Bay Area chapter to come over to Sacramento and pick up what they wanted. That morning, the Bay Area chapter loaded up a trailer with numerous items, including a portable dance floor, which they put to use at their rodeo in September. I arrived in Sacramento in the late afternoon and was able to pick up a few items for the IGRA archives, including a bull rope with bell, flags and banners for SCCGRA, as well as the disbanded High Sierra Rodeo Association, and the Mr. 2007 Capital Crossroads sash, which was won by Mark Scammell. On November 7th of last year, 2018, I received an invitation from Rebecca Schofield, who initiated the Voices of Gay Rodeo Oral History Project, and Josh Garrett Davis, Assistant Curator of the Western History at the Autry Museum of the American West. They asked me to participate in a panel program to be presented at the Western History Association's annual conference, which would be held in Las Vegas, October 2019. The panel program was titled The People's Archives, Communities on the Margins Preserving Their Own Histories. The other scheduled panelists represented the Southeast Asian Archive at the University of California, Irvine, the Sherman Indian School Museum and Archive located in Riverside, California, and the Community Library of Ketchum, Idaho. On October 17th of this year, I spoke to a small group for about 25 minutes about the history of gay rodeo and the IGRA, as well as the difficulties of growing an archive when items to be donated are located across the United States and Canada. October 25th and 27th was the World Gay Rodeos Finals. I drove from Las Vegas to Scottsdale, Arizona, with the trunk and back seat of my car loaded with archive items for a display at the World Gay Rodeo Finals. This display was larger than the one at Calgary and included many more physical items and less written material and fewer rodeo program covers and posters. My thanks to the WGRF directors for providing free space for the display and 2 volunteers to help keep an eye on the display during the rodeo. Thanks again to the Gay and Lesbian Rodeo Heritage Foundation for helping with some of the expense for bringing this display to WGRF. This weekend, I have brought a different display for presentation with the Hall of Fame reception tonight. In early December, I plan to deliver the second IGRA donation of materials to one, which will include this past year's rodeo and convention programs, additional member association newsletters, and a few rodeo officials shirts, which we have duplicates of. In addition, there are duplicate rodeo programs and posters beyond our needs, as well as a few rodeo officials shirts that I plan to donate to the Autry Museum of the American West. The Gay and Lesbian Rodeo Heritage Foundation, through Brian Helander, has been invited to have booth space at 3 upcoming events in 2020, though they have not yet been confirmed. January 16th and 17th, booth space at the Compete Conference and Awards on Thursday the 16th will be at the Flamingo Hotel, followed by a booth at the Sin City Classic, which is a long weekend of a variety of sports: bowling, darts, softball, basketball, many things. They're expecting 8,000 athletes and 2,000 spectators. So it's a great opportunity to let them see about IGRA and upcoming events, as well as some of our archives. March 21st, we have a booth space at the Phoenix Pride Run, which requires setup from 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. and will be open to the public from 6:30 a.m. to noon. So you can all come out early and help me set up. Special thanks to Frank Harrell for his volunteering at so many rodeos, board meetings, and annual convention, as well as all of his work with GayRodeoHistory.org website. Also thanks to Brian Rogers and Patrick Terry, who have often made themselves available for researching answers to my questions. And now that Patrick has moved to Las Vegas, I'm going to put him to work some more. Thanks to everyone who has donated items to the archives. I have received new donations at each of the displays this year. I hope to have an acknowledgement section added to the website soon. Following my report on Friday, Frank Harrell opened up the website, GayRodeoHistory.org, and we viewed some of what is available at that site and discussed how you can all help by reviewing the photos that are currently available, help identify the rodeo location and who is in the photos. Discussion also followed, focused on the possibility of having even more archives displays. Anthony Valdez suggested contacting the Leather Museum in Chicago to ask if they would be interested in having an archive exhibit for an extended time frame. Patrick Hunter asked about the possibility of displays at more rodeos and whether we can post information about when and where future displays will be located. Dan Iverson asked if the Gay and Lesbian Rodeo Heritage Foundation still has hopes of establishing a gay rodeo museum. The answer is yes, but it takes time. At the meeting on Friday, Anthony Valdez donated 6 buckles, and James Jenkins also donated the Miss 1992 sash, Miss IGRA 1992 sash, which was held by Roxy Hart. Now, just real quickly, I'd like you to think in your mind, if you've donated anything to the archives, everybody in the room who has donated something, if you could please stand for just a moment. Thank you very much. Some of these people have donated over 100 items, so it's great that there's this enthusiasm, and I hope it spreads. Any questions? In addition to the 3 events that I talked about, I am also contemplating the possibility of taking archives to Oklahoma and then the following week to Missouri. So, but I might need some help with some free lodging on a few days at both locations if this is going to work. But we can discuss that in the future.
Thank you, Roger. Tim Smith for the President's report.
Good morning, everyone. Mine will not be that long. The presidents met. From 1 to 2 yesterday on the 22nd. We had 14 members that were voting members, actually, or 13 voting members that were present. A brief overall of some of the stuff that was discussed was the perception that associations have of IGRA. Dues, the association to dues, we kind of discussed to see where we all stood, kind of if we were in the same area. Calendar year for your elections, like a calendar year versus a fiscal year, and how should the negativity of members on social media be addressed and handled within your association, and or does it need to be on an IGRA level? Statistics that we need to kind of gather as associations. One is to filter back up through to IGRA, as well as IGRA filtering some of those statistics back down to associations. So the overall feeling and view of IGRA from association was a disconnect between IGRA and associations. Some felt that there was not enough support sometimes from IGRA to the association, depending on what the circumstances were, and that they're continually coming to associations and asking for money, where some associations have a really hard time raising money for themselves. So that is kind of maybe a problem area that we're going to have to work on. The communication between associations going up to IGRA, it's a two-way street, as well as the communication coming back down to associations. Social media program to need to help associations. That was kind of discussed in that some people don't know how to handle and or work social media, which is something that we probably could work together on, presidents with social media chair, which would be Anthony at this point. And of course, assuming he may be it next year. But, and maybe work together with associations so that we can get some people up to par on that so that you can actually have a little more control on your social media. And overall, the associations that would like to, one of the things that we're kind of looking at is maybe some classes that we could put in conjunction with, whether it be convention, university, or at rodeos on different topics that are not university related necessarily. That was discussed. In other words, it could be social media or it could be, you know, fundraising to help other associations. The other thing that we're looking at doing is, other than those, is a mentoring. The mentoring program that got put in was discussed as well last year. However, I don't think it was actually utilized. And so that's one thing that I think that we're going to try to work with IGRA on to get that up to par. I think we had someone that kind of volunteered, I think, to get that up to par and get that program rolling to help associations with that they may need. I think that's about it that we actually discussed, except for the fact that we are going to initiate, whether it be through Messenger and or email. I think that more people on the committee felt that Messenger may be better for us as presidents to all get together and throughout the year. And if there are issues or topics or anything that we may need to discuss or address or help another association with, that we can. But in the mix of that, we need to feed that information back to IGRA. Again, it's a two-way street, so that way they're familiar. And then if it is an area that, I'm just going to use, say, rodeo director, for instance. There's an association that has someone that's maybe an old-time member, but they're new at a rodeo director, and they don't have the knowledge that they may need. And so then we could mentor that back to say, hey, we have Buck, we have Boogie, we have whoever as previous rodeo directors, Tommy Channel, and that they could actually then go to that associate IGRA and say, well, hey, here's your list of people that you can talk to in that area. Respectfully submitted, Tim Smith.
Does anyone have any questions for Tim? Okay.
Yes, it has been.
Any others? Okay.
Am I released?
Michael, membership?
The membership committee met on Friday, November 22nd at 8:30 a.m. 9 member associations were present. 3 associations did not renew for 2019: Keystone, Sacramento, and Swanee River. Tim Smith made a motion that GPRA be moved back to member association status from recognized status. That was passed. Our bylaws automatically let that happen, but the membership committee was making sure we got them reseated, so we took care of that. The committee discussed the need to propose some updates to our bylaws to address a situation that has happened in the past, but we don't want it to repeat itself. When the association only has one delegate, which is their trustee, if that delegate has some extenuating circumstances and they can't be there, you know, we'll deal with that. But if you are a trustee for your association, there will be a proposal that you cannot go and be a delegate or an alternate for another association and leave the association without any representation. So we're going to get a proposal to the bylaws committee to get that worded, you know, appropriately. Let's see. And that was all we had.
Any questions for Michael? Mipsy?
So we're actually going to cover two reports with me. We're going to cover outreach, community outreach, and dance. So with community outreach, we spent most of our time. We have 5 proposals coming through standing rules this weekend. So we spent a lot of time on that. We did discuss some communications between royalty and associations in regards to when they're going to be and what they're going to do at rodeos. We also discussed a little bit about mentoring a little bit of the upcoming royalty so that they understand what their qualifications are. That's basically what we did in outreach yesterday. The proposals took a little bit to get through, unfortunately. So our next one was dance committee. Hold on 1 second. I need my mouse. Yeah.
Any questions on the community outreach? Number 14.
Thank you. Amy Griffin Ilgra, and so this is the first time I've spoke. My question is, are we going to see the proposals?
Yes, you'll see them. They will be up in.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Okay. We are going to do them.
The proposals?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
We will. I will.
Community outreach, Frank.
We'll start with one.
You gotta give me this scroll down.
Just scroll down a little bit for the change, Frank. There we go. Any discussion? Amy?
Just clarification, Candy. Are we just dealing with item 13?
Just the highlighted.
Okay.
We're just adding the highlighted.
Right, but there's two items that we see. Are we just dealing with one at a time?
Everything
proposal
on
one.
proposal one.
Okay. I don't understand. The money shall be designated for distribution to the IGRA royalty competition. What does that mean?
Okay, so in regards to that is because of the charity partnership thing, because the way we structured the money's going to IGRA that the royalty are raising. So in regards to the competition, it's to, if there's an incident where we can't get something for free, like a stage or lighting or whatever, that we have that money, that money would go there and we could be able to use it. If we don't use it, it stays with IGRA. It doesn't go anywhere.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstention? Passes. Frank, can we go to the next one? Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Passes. This one's just clerical. It's fixing what wasn't updated last year. Any discussion?
Was that from actual last year or past?
Pass.
So when we updated.
Yeah,
it never
no,
got updated.
just never got updated. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Passes. Any discussion? Michael?
This year, this became a huge issue at one of our board meetings, and my understanding is they have to have it in by the deadline, period. Excuses and,
Okay.
oh, I just did it, this eliminates that, right?
Yes, it's a clarification to eliminate that situation not happening again.
Jean?
I would like to make an amendment to change the vice president will recommend to the board of directors to, I'm just looking to how it reads to make sure I say it right. If it's out of order. And replace, just remove everything after deadline to say the royalty member will automatically be removed from the title, or however
The team.
the team, excuse me. It'll be an automatic thing and not something that the vice president has to request.
Okay, hang on. All right. Refresh.
That's correct, but I would add the word immediately. Will immediately be removed.
Refresh. And is that your amendment? And do you accept that?
Yes.
Okay. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Okay. Okay, so hang on, Frank, he's gonna. Oh. Okay, Frank, we approved the amendment, we didn't approve the proposal, so so now we're gonna go back to the original. There we go. Any discussion on that? I don't think we didn't. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Okay, now we can go forward. We now have internet connectivity and we are live. Okay, you're next. Okay. Do I see, 14?
Amy Griffin Ilgra. I just like, the way I interpret this is to make the interview portion become more like an actual interview rather than a memorization kind of Q&A
Correct.
kind of thing?
Yes, that's that process we're heading to, absolutely.
So, am I correct in believing that the purpose here is not just about establishing that the candidates have some general knowledge, but also getting a feel for, you know, themselves, what they would like to accomplish, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Exactly.
Like a real interview.
Exactly. My goal is with this cutting the questions down, that part of their plan of action and their bios will be used in the interview process, so that the judges have an opportunity to ask them something personal, where it'll make it a little easier and more relaxing for the individual during the interview to respond, and it kind of will cut down on the length. We had an interview that was 23 minutes long this time.
So basically, essay questions instead of, you know, true, false, short answer.
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Number 10. Jean, anybody got a microphone?
Microphone for Jean.
Gene Frakes, North Star. I like this. We don't need to change anything. As a recommendation, if you're going to use the bios and the plan of actions, it might be a good idea to get those distributed to the judges prior to the interview, so they can have reviewed them already and know what questions they'd like to ask. If you try to do that morning, you're going to defeat the purpose, I think. Just suggestions is all, nothing to change.
No, and that's a great idea, because I get the bios and the plan of actions actually 60 days before the contest. So, and then when I'm putting the judges together for the interview process, those will actually go out to the trustee, the bios only, and the plan of actions, so they do have that opportunity to look at it and be prepared when it comes in.
Any other discussion? Michael?
In item D, it says the questions have to be from IDRE history, bylaws, standing rule, Rotary rules, and personal opinion. Do these bios and so forth fit in item D?
Yeah, it comes under personal opinion. It's going to be personal opinion. Okay. That's where the personal opinion is. And we kind of, like we said, we want to kind of get them to open up a little more about what their goals are, what they want to achieve, and who they are, and how did they get here.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Passes. That's it. That's it for community outreach. Okay, now we'll bring up dance. It's just a...
Yeah, it's not. We don't need it.
You don't need it?
No, it's just a letter.
Okay.
It's just a minute. That's
Okay.
it.
All right. Okay.
That's all right. Okay, so our meeting started at 3 o'clock. Actually, it started at 4. That's the wrong time. To 5. The floor was open. We had a little discussion. On possibly if we were going to nominate somebody who we'd like to see in that position, and Travis had stepped up in that position. That nomination goes to is going to be recommended to the president, and she makes that final decision whether or not that person is acceptable for that position. We talked about goals and trying to get back to the associations and allowing them to encourage dance teams. We have two or three strong people, one from Minnesota, two from Arizona, that are both involved in dance. And I think we have an opportunity to move this forward and bring it back. The idea is that at our rodeos eventually, once the committee is formed and they decide, they're going to discuss how they'd like to have dance brought back to one of the nights at the association rodeos. Instead of leaving the grounds or leaving, to go to the bars or whatever, stay at the grounds, support the associations. They've got bars there, raise money there by drinking and having a fun time with the dance competition. So that's what the committee is kind of focusing on. And that's it.
Any questions about dance? If everybody will, all you associations having rodeos, kind of think about that a little bit. We would like to have like a little dance competition or just a dance so that we can get back to this. Used to be a great time. We had lots of dances at rodeos and a really good dance competition, so I'd like to see that again. I know Roger would too. I know. See, we said we were going to do a Dancing with Stars with like the executive board, and I chose Roger right away. So you might still see that. We're going to see the two left feet of Michael. Okay.
I'm speaking left.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you, Mips.
You're welcome.
You did yours earlier, didn't you? You didn't do it again? You gonna do budget? Or did you do that earlier?
I can get out myself.
Do budget.
You can go to the budget subdirectory and look at the actual budget and the report. The budget committee met on Friday from 2 to 4:30. A total of 11 participants attended the meeting, all of which were voting members except for one. A list is provided below. The budget committee reviewed the budget as presented in careful detail. The actual column as of September 30, because of several important budget line items for the finals rodeo, have not been received or invoiced. So it was September 30th as opposed to October. Since finals budget is the bulk of the entire budget, it was reviewed line by line. We had more participation this year than I've ever seen in the budget. I think that's great. In addition, I want to thank all the people for their input. In addition, the committee reviewed the budget as adjusted and proposed that it be considered for the convention floor. There was one proposal from the committee that we would like to present for adoption. You can bring that up. I'm not quite sure, is that just a repeat, Frank? Or I mean, Chuck? Oh. Is the top paragraph and the bottom paragraph identical?
Yeah, I think that was just a copy. This is actually a copy. Yeah. It was just an image, I saw that. Okay, you can refresh. Any questions? Jameson? His question was there a reason that originally they weren't listed in the first proposal? And I would tell you there was no reason, it just was left off. Number 4?
I would like to make an amendment that the old D become E.
It automatically will. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Passes.
I would like to see people download the budget and look it over carefully. It's very important that we consider our expenses and incomes. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Thank you, David. Carl?
Good morning, everybody. Mine won't be as long as Tim's, I'll tell you that. Where is he? He's not in here. I'm the chair for the Animal Issues and Concerns Committee. So yesterday we met. I had 7 attend, 5 of which had voting. The brief overview, or just things that were discussed a little bit, was the animal injuries that were reported, and I believe I had one that was unreported during the year, so we just talked about all those safeties and concerns. Items of critical importance, everybody the committee felt, was that to encourage member associations to be mindful of completing those animal injury forms, and rodeo trustees using the following rodeo checklist at each rodeo. Follow rodeo production guide, ensure venues and stock contractors are educated on those rules. Items that thought could be voted at the next board meeting would be just to consider, discuss, take action as deemed necessary by the board, that member associations ensure, maintain, and provide within the control the safest possible animal welfare throughout the rodeo. And otherwise, that was it. Any questions or?
Any questions?
Yeah, comments to the chat.
Any questions for James? Oh, Benjamin?
Yeah.
Oh, Carl.
Yeah.
Just make sure you submit your report.
Yeah, I think I'll, yeah, I think.
Thank you, Carl. Philip? Oh, yep.
While he's coming up, Benjamin, if you're a committee chair, you might want to look on the portal and see if your report is already out there. Some of them haven't been that you have already reported. So that'll just make sure that Michael has them and everybody out here in the audience can see them.
Number 2.
Some of the
committees that met yesterday aren't on the agenda.
Okay.
You want me to do it, Michael, after the break?
Yep. Make sure so that I know. Okay.
All right. Hey, y'all. Y'all got some butter for me? All right. Over this last rodeo season, we had 30 injury reports received. 26 of those were either contestants or rodeo personnel, 1 spectator, 1 volunteer, 1 animal, and 1 unknown. When you are completing these reports, you need to make sure you fill them out completely. Give us as much information as you can. There were a lot of erroneous information, missing information, and there was also some privacy violations on several reports. The other recommendation we'd have is be mindful of your EMS providers. Make sure that they actually have experience with rodeos or sporting events. Also make sure that your EMS provider is actually paying attention, not on their phone. That happened several times. And we are also recommending that we replace the current injury and animal reports with a single incident report, which that was submitted. for review. If y'all have any questions about your individual association rodeos, those that produced, I am available to go over those numbers with you. There were 3 rodeos that were produced this year that did not submit any reports. 2 of those, I was told there were injuries, but nothing came in. And that's all I have. It's not in there.
Okay, we'll have to, we'll defer this because the proposal's not there, so we'll have to get with Frank so that we'll bring you back up, okay? You'll do that.
And again, if any of the committee chairs, if your report is not in your folder, another option, if you would like to email it to me, I also can load it out if you want to do that from your chair if you don't have your memory stick. So Frank by memory stick or me by email.
Do you have a contestant liaison report? Would you like to come up?
Hi, I'm Janet Stange and David Lawson. We are the contestant liaisons for the rodeo associations. And we met yesterday at 2 o'clock with 8 attendees. I pretty much shared general responsibility of the contestant liaison in regard to the rough stock and horse event liaison to the group. We talked about best practices and suggestions to associations to eliminate some issues we've had in the past. One of my recommendations was that most of you guys have the same arena over and over again. So why don't you take a standard pattern, laminate it with the right measurements, and then when we get there to measure, you just hand it to us. Food for thought. Or put it on take a picture of it on your phone and send it to the new arena coordinator that's coming in for that year and send it to them already so they already have the measurements. So we don't have to go through any issues on measuring and staking and all that. And you guys pretty much are in the same arenas every year. So just want to throw that out there as best practice to you guys. On the rough stock side, we're all a part of the measuring and the running of stock on Fridays. So my suggestion is to the rodeo directors, involve your shoot coordinator, to communicate to your stock contractor way before they load those animals into their trailers. Making sure you guys have the quality animals for your production. You gotta have the animals for your production, okay, to be successful. And as we had this year, most of you guys have reached out and we had some very successful rodeos with the right animals. So I just wanted to throw that out there to you guys again. So I reviewed the general stock contract responsibilities, best practices, suggested best practice of the rodeo director reviewing stock contractor with the contractor and supplying them with the IJ book so they knew the rodeo rules, because we have spoken to some stock contractors this year that have never seen the rodeo book but leased our animals to certain stock contractors, okay? Thank you for the lead judge, Jack Morgan, for coming in to our meeting. We appreciate you taking the time to give us feedback. And the meeting ended at 3:15.
Any questions for the contestant liaisons? Jameson?
Just in the limits of this report, we also discussed the policy or lack thereof of holding associations and or stock contractors accountable for not bringing appropriate stock, and that kind of snowballed into a conversation about health and safety, and that inappropriate stock is also a danger to the contestants. So I'd like to suggest an amendment that we put a bullet point in that this was also discussed about holding those contractors and associations accountable.
Okay, I'll have Janet do that. Any other questions? Stephanie? Hang on.
Garver, GSGRA. We also talked about the possibility of, if the stock was not safe, having the ability to back out and possibly a refund for that contestant.
Okay. It was just a discussion. Okay, well, just discussion. Any other questions? Okay.
Just as a side, be sure that as a rodeo producing body, that if you are going to or ask somebody else to step in as contestant liaison, we need to know that ahead of time. We'll try to do a better job letting each association know who's going to be the contestant liaison for their rodeo. But it happened a few times this year that maybe I wasn't at a rodeo yet, and the people setting up the arena or whatever, well, I asked so-and-so and they said it's fine. It's really hard to manage accountability for stuff like that if we don't go through the proper channels. So just be sure that you know as a rodeo producing body who your contestant liaisons are for your rodeo. That will help a lot.
Thank you both for an outstanding job this year. Appreciate it. Why did the Scarecrow keep getting promoted? Because he was outstanding in his field. Y'all didn't get a little sharper. No response, I see. Nugget?
All right, I got a joke for you guys. What's the best song to sing when preparing your Thanksgiving turkey? All about that bass. All right, so we met yesterday at 3:05 p.m. We discussed the importance of keeping negativity off the public eye on all IGRA social media accounts. It got a little out of hand this year, and we did a lot of work to tighten it down where if we saw something, it was easily taken care of really quick where nobody would be able to see it. We also discussed coming up with a code of conduct to be added to all lists that would be pinned at the very top of each IGRA page, and it's pretty much just lists what you can and can't post or say or do on that page. We discussed bringing back a member spotlight or a member of the month. I've heard that in the past we did that, and I think it would be a great thing just to kind of learn a little bit extra about everybody that you may not know. We went over accessibility and making information readily and easily accessible, especially for new contestants that might be coming across our Facebook page. We discussed creating a disclaimer for non-IGRA Facebook groups and pages to show that anything posted on these pages does not reflect our values and beliefs. And I want to add what Tim brought up earlier. If any association is having issues getting your social media locked in or needs help getting around your social media, please contact me. I have no problem helping any way I can. Respectfully submitted.
Any questions? Okay. Thank you very much for all that you do. Christopher? AKA Santa Claus. And if you haven't seen him in the Santa suit, it's great.
Good morning. This is a report for the Information Technology Committee. I'm trying to get a deep breath here. The Information Technology Committee met yesterday, the 22nd, at 9:30, and we went all the way till 10:30. We really didn't waste a single minute, and it was full, and we could have gone longer in discussions. We really did have a nice, healthy discussion. There was lots of input, lots of interaction. People were enthusiastic. There, of course, were lots of questions about RMS, and you've already heard a lot of comments about RMS. So speaking of that, Deep breath. Yeah, looking all of your faces, it's really rough. Tough crowd. So I wanted to make sure, and I gave a really good thank you to Gene Frakes. Gene started out the whole process. We'd been talking about the fact that the existing system is based in DOS with a DBase2 database, and how it was sort of, we know it's going to end. It's not flexible, and we can't do a lot of things we wanted to do with it. So Gene sort of took the bull by the horns and really started to work at it and look and investigate and look at different softwares. We wanted to go with something more standard. We didn't want to try to hire someone to do custom, because then we'd end up kind of where we are now, where the person who did the programming is gone and we can't make any changes. So Gene really did a great job weeding out through the various standard programs and then talking to the programmers and getting the baseline set and the rules in and all that. So he really did a lot of the groundwork, and I appreciate that. I just want everyone to know that took a lot of work. So. So through this year, I've been running the system in the background. So the registration part, you all know, has been part of the RMS, and we've worked through some bugs and getting things. Feel sorry for the Arkansas Rodeo. When I did some of the transfer of data out of RMS into the old system, one of my formulas was wrong, and I think I entered everyone who was in team roping in as a barrel racer. So sorry about that. There was a little confusion there. That was my fault, not RMS. But I do want to be sure and thank Ron Trusley and David Hill, Michael Norman, Grumpy, and Porkchop, because all year long they have been really helping me. They've been giving me advice, giving me answers, letting me know how it all runs, and helping me to work through the adjustments and being very supportive. So I thank you very much. I also want to thank Christy Michaels and Jeffrey Neal, because they've actually stepped in, logged into the system, and during registration, which I'll reiterate is a bitch, helped us through and helped us to get all the data entered and everything going. So thank you very much. So I'm not going to read the statement. It's up on the screen and it's available if you want to look at it. We did make a couple of suggestions, and what I did was I talked to Rodeo Rules, and they're going to actually make the proposals for this. Thank you, David, for working with me on that. Some of the suggestions we had to do with the back numbers. We would like to, and it's part of RMS. We're trying to change some of the rules that actually make it easier for RMS to function. As you probably can think, a lot of the rules and procedures we have are based on the limitations of the software that we have, or they were created because of the software. Now we have something that's a little more open, a little more flexible. So we're trying to change some of the rules so we aren't limiting ourselves and allowing us to open up back numbers, getting rid of the 100 and 200 series numbers, and just having everyone have your IGRA number. That's a good one. The horse stall fees really will only affect the people with horse stalls, but just the way those fees are collected and taken care of and paid in advance. The bull draw, that's another big thing. The system actually does a bull draw, so I'm recommending, and we're going to ask you to vote on later, to get rid of the paper trail and having the bull riders come back behind the stands during the grand entry and drawing that. So just let the system, we're trying to let the system do as much as it naturally can. There were a couple of recommendations we had just to look at. The horse stalls, right now, currently, after talking with Michael Norman, the fees collected for horse stalls are not part of our audit process at all. It's not tracked or audited. Now that it's really part of the RMS system, that allows us to do that. So we'd like to have some of the people discuss adding that to part of the audit process. That's good. Anyway, everything else is posted, and I know there are going to be lots of RMS questions. I will freely give out my phone number and email if it's not on the bathroom wall. So for anyone who wants to ask questions, I've already had a couple of people join or contact me and give me information to say, yes, I want to be part of this, I want to learn. What I don't have, and I'm not a good person at, unfortunately, so I could use your help, is organizing when can we get together, who do we contact, who wants to be part of this. I'm happy to make myself available. It would be much easier to organize some kind of a class or a group to get together and answer and ask questions. I'm just not good at setting that organization to get that time together. So if anyone wants to help me with that and offer and figure out a way to do it, I would certainly appreciate that. So that's my report, respectfully submitted.
With that being said, we're going to try to do a classroom training and then do a couple of virtual trainings prior to the start of the first rodeo. So Jameson will get with you, but we'll set that kind of stuff up and give the opportunity for that. Number one.
Tommy Channel, CGRA. Chris, there was discussion earlier on the back numbers transitioning. How forward is that currently? And the reason I ask that is because we will need to be ordering the regular back numbers very soon.
I can answer that.
Yes, ma'am.
It'll come in rodeo rules, so it would go effect right away.
Thank you.
You bet. Did that answer that? Number 8.
Save some cash.
Yep.
I think I've come up with a new fundraiser that we might have to talk to Chris about challenging him to a Santa off, because just personally I prefer our Santa to.
You know, well, I got to tell you, Garland does a great Santa.
Yes.
But like he whitens that beard up and everything. You haven't seen it, I'm sure. I bet you I can find a picture of it though, and it might be up on the screen soon. But he does do the good ho ho hey. Yep, exactly. Any other questions for Christopher?
That's the hoedown.
Yeah. Oh, fine. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I'm a hoe.
Yeah, we know. Okay. Thank you, Christopher, for all that you've done for me and IGRA. So let's take a 10-minute break and be back, well, like 11 minutes. Let's be back at 11:20. And anybody that's not on this report, can you please come tell me so I can list you? Okay, let's get started. Amy, we'll move up to you. It's my understanding that we're not live currently. Oh, we are? We're back? Okay. Okay.
I'll remember that for your rodeo. Just saying. I have to say, but someone else got.
Good morning, everybody. Hall of Fame committee met yesterday. There were 10 people representing 7 associations. Attendance list is at the end of the report. Historically, the committee has been comprised of members with significant history with IGRA, and the year-round committee currently, Roger Bergman, Candy Pratt, Michael Vrooman, and Patrick Terry and myself have a combined 150-plus years of gay rodeo involvement and experience, averaging over 30 years per person. We will be inducting 6 people this year into our Hall of Fame. That will bring the total number of members to 54, which is pretty significant because we just started it in 2004. So this is the 16th year. With the addition of the 2019 class, we're looking at approximately 1,288 years of experience, which averages just under 24 years per person. There's actually a pretty big range. We have You don't have to necessarily be here for a long time to make significant contributions. The spread on the years of involvement ranges from 3 to 40. To date, there have been 8 Hall of Fame rings produced, 4 men's and 4 women's. Any Hall of Fame member can order a ring. It is at their own expense. We spent a lot of time discussing the current buckle design. The conclusion that we came to, and mea culpa, I had this ball in my court, and I didn't exactly drop it, but I didn't cross the finish line with it this year, and that's on me. At this point, we feel confident that Kim Cones is sufficiently proficient to reproduce the 2 buckle designs that we have used, the current buckle and the buckle that was used from 2004 through 2010. So we will be in contact with her. She create reproductions of both of those designs, as well as submit a 3rd new design, which would allow future inductees who choose the buckle versus plaque option to have a choice of which design they'd like for their award. Once we're up and running with that project, existing Hall of Fame members who would like to purchase a buckle of a design that differs from the one that they already have can do that. The committee is requesting $1,300 as our budget for 2020. Did you get that, David? I just slipped that right in there. It's a done deal. Each year, Frank Harrell has the website bio pages ready to go live the second the induction ceremony is complete. And Frank has offered to update the bios and or photos of any existing Hall of Fame member. So anyone that's present, if you want to make changes, just talk to Frank and he'll take care of you. There are nomination forms on each of your tables. If you need more, let me know. It's also on the website. Please give some serious thought to making nominations. The rules are attached to the nomination form. There's a wealth of information on the gayrodeohistory.org site. Thanks to Roger and Frank for their incredible work on that. There are many individuals in our community who are truly deserving to be recognized in this Hall of Fame. It's really important to make nominations. Please don't assume that someone's already on the list. And it doesn't hurt to be nominated more than once. Keep in mind that this Hall of Fame recognizes contributions and participation on the IGRA level. Many of you will have local members that contribute significantly at the local level, which is probably the more appropriate place for them to be recognized. For example, Texas has a Hall of Fame where they recognize local members who have made significant contributions to TGRA. Likewise, Colorado has their Hall of Fame. And as always, we encourage other associations to consider doing likewise. Finally, I'd like to thank everyone that attended the meeting yesterday, as well as Roger, Candy, Michael, and Patrick for their work on the committee throughout the year. Lonnie LaBelle has continued to serve as our final editor, and she's brilliant. Frank Harrell has just done amazing things with the website, and we could not do this without him. He thinks it's fun. I've often said that this is both the best job in IGRA and also the worst job. In addition to Lonnie and Frank, I'd like to particularly single out Roger Bergman. I've had the great privilege to work with Roger in a multitude of capacities over the past 27 years, and I must say that there is no way I could do this job without him. His contributions are often overlooked, and I can tell you from significant personal experience that they are immense and without equal. Thank you.
Any questions for Amy?
I know. I got you on a post-it, girl.
Okay. Was that a question or something different?
I think Tommy wants me to remind you that we're having a Hall of Fame reception this evening from 7 to 9 p.m. It will be down here. Okay, Tommy will tell you.
Okay, so first off, thank you, Amy, for doing such an incredible job, and congratulations to the new inductees that you will hear later from the committee. And the class or membership of the Hall of Fame is an incredible family and an incredible list of names that we are honoring tonight. When CGRA took on the challenge of this convention, Jack Morgan, right over there, myself, Dave Hill, and others, thought, what can we do this weekend to make it special? Immediately, the Hall of Fame came to mind. So tonight, we are honoring the entire Hall of Fame membership. You will see a beautiful display, thanks to Roger. Where are you? There he is, Roger. Thank you for your great work in the archives, and you will see some of that tonight. So reminding you, from 7 to 9, we will be honoring the Hall of Fame. I want to say thank you, a special thank you to the Gay Lesbian Heritage Foundation. Oh, there he is right there. Brian Helander, thank you so much. You'll hear from him tonight. He is a great sponsor. A couple of other sponsors that we want to mention, because if you don't come through tonight, is Cody K. Where are you?
You're stealing my remarks from tonight.
Well, Cody K., where are you? Okay, thank you, Cody, and Roger Japp, who is not here. So
Also Tommy Channel, David Hill, Jack Morgan.
So anyway, tonight, come through, have a glass of wine or a beer with us.
Philip, you can come back up now. Whoa, sorry. Oh, number 11. I don't, you're not announcing the President Hall of Fames tonight, are you, or just tomorrow? There is not a vote for just a report. It's only if they have action items. Okay? All right. It's health and safety. Is that what you're adding? The incident report 2019, the third one down. One more. Yep. Okay. You want to talk?
All right. This is the form that we are asking that you guys consider. This form would replace the 2 current forms that are used. It has all the same information. Currently, there's one that deals with animals, and then there's one that deals with contestants, spectators, what have you. This would eliminate that, concise it down to just one form, provides a lot more information, makes it easier for you guys. A lot of times you don't know what's up, or you don't put a body part, you don't write anything. On this form, you can just circle the body, whatever's hurt. Not a big deal. Very, very simple. And Candy did model for this. You know, I was drawing last night, so. Anyway, we just ask that y'all consider that. And it actually is all in one.
Would it be possible to get it on one page?
He's got one. Number 10.
guess is this a proposal, or is this just letting us know that you're going to change a form? Because it doesn't look like a proposal. There's no number on it, or the committee, or anything like that. And I don't think we need to do anything if it's just a form.
It's a current exhibit, so it's replacing that exhibit, so you're right. Number 8.
The question I had was, will these type of forms actually be on the MRS system for us to print out on site?
No, the IGRA website.
Okay, thank you.
Under exhibits. Number 3.
When might this go into effect?
What did you say? I'm sorry. It would be immediately. I think Philip's just trying to let everybody know, and if there was some great despair about it, which I think we're another evolving forward. I think this is a great thing, and it will be. Yep, it'll be put up immediately. So, congratulate. I commend you.
Could we get it on one page? It is on one page.
It's on one page. It's just the way it's drugged down. He has a soft copy he can show you. He showed it to me last night. Any more questions?
When you model.
Yeah, when I modeled. If you notice, there's no hips there. That's me. I'm reminded that. I was reminded that in the room with Robin and Doreen. Number 17.
Chuck Brannon with CRGRA. Is there intent maybe in the future to put this online so people can go online and submit the form?
That would be a great, Chuck. We'll take that into consideration, and that's great. Okay. Michael?
All of our exhibits are on the IGRA website. We will replace the current form with this new form on the website.
No, what he's asking is to be able to type into it and submit it online. Is that what you meant? Okay. Yep. Okay, we will take that in consideration. All right. Thank you, Philip. All right, next will be bylaws. Benjamin?
How many minutes did you say I have, Michael? All right, first of all, thanks to the committee for joining us yesterday. We had a few new members, like we do every year, but a lot of repeat members, of course. We miraculously, or maybe not so miraculously, had one proposal that we received before the convention, and only one came up originating in the bylaws committee. So we did a little bit of this throughout the day while we were sitting there waiting to review other folks' reports. So those associations who sent your newbies to our bylaws committee to sort of a trial by fire, it was really mild yesterday, so you'll have to send them back maybe next year. While it may have been a little bit boring with a lot of downtime, I kind of look at yesterday as somewhat of a success, because over the years we've certainly tried to narrow down all of the issues and challenges from past years. So maybe we're finally getting close to a nice destination. That said, I need to see that still things. I'm going to skip over the second paragraph that you see here about the proposals. I'll do that at the end. That'll be easier for us. One thing that the committee did discuss was sort of an overall comprehensive look at our bylaws, and this discussion took two deductions or two concepts about our bylaws. One was simply a comprehensive review. It's nice to do every so often to just look at your bylaws just comprehensively, looking for consistencies, redundancies, anything like that. So we agreed as a committee that we will work. Several members said that they would like to volunteer to do this throughout the year. We normally don't meet throughout the year. There's not much of a need for that. But we decided that we wanted to put some effort and some hours into just going through all of the bylaws, looking for things like section numbering, consistency of verbiage and terminology, a lot of those pieces. So that's one of our goals this year, and you can see a bit more in that description. So you may see a lot next year, a lot of proposals that are cleanup type proposals. Some years ago when I started on the committee, I certainly worked to do that, and I think it's the time, and the committee thinks it's time that we revisit that. The discussion further revolved around how our bylaws comport with any federal and state law, any insurance regulations, et cetera. To my knowledge, or in our discussion, I did not hear that we had any legal expertise on the committee per se, but we did decide that it would be probably beneficial for the board of directors to consider looking for professional review of our bylaws and our rules, more in terms of are they, again, are they in line with any legal requirements or other regulatory requirements for nonprofits and such. So that's a recommendation, not for this body, but for the board to review that to help protect them in their obligations as directors of the association. I guess maybe before moving on to proposals, any questions on those two discussion elements? All right. That said, we have two proposals. BSR 01, that proposal is presented to this body without a recommendation from the bylaws committee. We decided that we should put it forth to this body to make that decision. We didn't want that decision made by a smaller subset of this body. And you can see the reasons why, obviously, from looking at the proposal. So that was the reason. We don't recommend, we present it without recommendation.
Any questions? Any discussion?
Do we need a motion?
We would have to have we'd have to have a motion. Number 14? Okay. 17, Chuck seconded it.
What is the motion?
To accept this change. Now, is there any discussion? Seeing none. Oh, go ahead. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Nay. Motion passes. Or abstentions. Was there any? Okay. Passes.
And BSR 02, the committee did recommend adoption of this proposal.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Nay. Abstentions? Passes.
Any questions? That concludes the 2019 Bylaws Committee report.
Sam? Would you be ready for your report now? Okay, let's do yours.
Okay, so yesterday morning, we had the WGRF committee meeting. Our main objective there was to look at how the rodeo went this past year and how we're going to improve it and try to get that information to the committee that's coming up and how we would accomplish that. So we spent all the time there. Then we had 20 members, and probably the best thing that happened was we had a lot of people that were not part of the committee there giving suggestions. So that was good because we finally got an outside view of what was going on. Okay, so leading up to the 33rd World Gay Finals, we had that on October 24th through the 27th at Westworld Arena in Scottsdale, Arizona. The rodeo went very smoothly. We had a lot of the positive comments that we got about what went on, the facilities, just how nice they were, the arena, nice indoor, the seating, everything, the way that was set up. Attendance was really good, more so than we've had in the past. WGRF's RV hookup spaces were good. Like I said, the rodeo ran really smooth. We had injuries, not injuries, but we had a couple of people go down, officials, so that stopped the rodeo for a while. But other than that, we really didn't have any snags. Hotel was nice. It's a beautiful facility. It's on McDowell Mountain, right up against that. It's the same place that we had the banquet and the dinner. And the helpfulness of the Westworld staff was really nice. And one of the things, a rumor had kind of started around on Facebook and everything. The dirt was terrible, and all the speed event people were going to be upset about it and everything else. And I tell you, on Friday, Westworld helped us. We worked really hard on it, and that dirt was beautiful. Yeah, David helped, Candy helped, I helped, and they were like, no, okay, that's all we're going to do. And we'd come back at them and they'll go, nope, we're going to do this, we're going to do more, we're going to do more. And I'll keep throwing this number out. We had 240 speed event runs, not one slippage of one horse the whole time. I watched every run, so. Yes, we put that rumor to rest right there. So hopefully we don't have to hear that anymore. The awards ceremony was really nice. We had an amazing group of volunteers. And not just volunteers from IGRA, I'm talking about the community. The community offered a lot of volunteers for us. And you don't really realize how many people it takes to run a rodeo like that, especially just, I mean, down to as simple as putting the tables out for vendors and all that. Someone has to do all that work. And the community came right around us. So our goal is to make it a better rodeo. And part of that is because we listened to what you guys had to say. This is your rodeo. This is all of our rodeo. And, you know, some of the complaints, obviously the water, that was an issue. We've come up with several solutions, and that's being passed to the next committee. What access to get out of that back part of the arena. Okay, that was a complaint. We're working on that. A big thing now, because Westworld is such a beautiful facility and it's so big, it's easy to get lost. And even if you've been there before, it's still easy to get lost. So the big thing that was asked for is, can we get signage to where we're going? Because there will be 3 or 4 other events going on there. For those of you that didn't go to the rodeo, you will understand they have about 16 arenas, okay, a couple of them, and then they have all these other things, polo field, big banquet facility, a big convention center. They have everything. It's a big property. To give you an idea, they have over 400 RV hookups around the property. So that's just how vast this is. But we listened to it because a lot of people did get lost going in there. That won't happen next year, I promise you that. That next year's committee will take care of that. The stalls, we didn't have complaints on. That was very nice. getting shavings and stuff like that is a little bit of a pain because you technically were supposed to have to work through Westworld. Next year, you probably will have to work through Westworld. But we did a little different system to make the shavings available for you this year. And the good news is we just learned so much. Because if one thing that's happened with the WGR committee from year to year to year is you kind of get handed a blank slate and say, go build a rodeo. So we're asking everyone to send in all of their reports, what they did and everything, and we've kind of built a book. And the idea behind that is pass that down every year. Say that 60 days out, you need to have this done already. 90 days out, you need to have this done already. And it just will really help that committee. I can't thank the committee. I was blessed. Buck will say the same thing with the committee we had. They worked tireless. The number of conference calls we did, site visits, fundraising, it takes a lot to put on this rodeo, and it was just an amazing group. And I've been on WGRF committees before, and they've been good groups, but this one was just above and beyond anything. So anyway, bottom line is, we hope you enjoyed WGRF this year. It will be a better rodeo next year even. And if you have any questions for me, I'll let Candy entertain them.
This is how our life goes together. 14.
Me, Griffin Ilgra. Notwithstanding the fact that there are invoices that haven't been received and paid, do you anticipate that we will end up in the black?
Now, in all honesty, I am assuming we probably will not end up in the black.
No,
or we're going to be pretty close.
It won't be huge, but I think it'll be in black.
Oh, well, good. That's good to hear. And that was kind of a goal that we set out, was to put on the best rodeo we could, because WGR should be such an event. And we tried to do that with dinner, and we tried to do that with the facility. We tried to do this with everything we did. And the goal was to just make a little bit of money. That wasn't the purpose of the rodeo. The purpose of the rodeo was to acknowledge all of you and the jobs you guys have done. Okay, if there aren't any other questions, I'd like for Buck Beal, who was the rodeo director, to come up. And Buck really didn't get a chance during the banquet to thank a lot of people and say the things that he wanted to say, so we're going to give him that opportunity right now. Those important notes.
Almost noon. We'll make this as quick as we can, but certainly my heart is overflowing with gratitude. I want to thank our president, our members of the board of directors, our trustees, our officials. Excuse me, just got a little sidetracked here. For their contributions, one and all, in ensuring the success of the World Gay Rodeo Finals this year. Just 4 short weeks ago, and in particular, I want to thank them for the opportunity to serve as the rodeo director for the World Gay Rodeo Finals. 4 short weeks ago, and from the sun-kissed shores of California to the rolling hills of the Atlantic states, from the North Star and of Minnesota and the province of Alberta down to Texas and the Gulf of Mexico, we all came together in one united effort to produce what we hoped would be an outstanding World Gay Rodeo Finals. And all those people whom I just mentioned and those whom I'm about to mention certainly have contributed very substantially to that endeavor. And that really is my purpose of speaking today, is to render a great deal of love and appreciation for that. The results achieved, well, actually were the culmination of extraordinary teamwork over 9 months involving the resources and talents of outstanding men and women who volunteered to serve as World Gay Rodeo Finals committee members, plus the expertise of certified IGRA officials, support crews, and administrators scores of volunteers, and many others. And if you'll allow me, I'd like to just go through some of those categories, and starting with, first and foremost, our IGRA officials. Some are not present here today, but the accolades offered are no less meaningful than had they been spoken at awards following the World Gay Rodeo Finals. I'd like to begin with our arena director, Jeannie McLeod, and her assistants, Lisa Pennington and Tim Smith. Very happy to see them. As you know, Jeannie runs a very tight ship. No one appreciates that more than I, and in particular, Jeannie, I want to acknowledge your team and what you did to make up for I hate to say lost time, it was time well spent, but we did, as you know, we had some medical incidents on Sunday. She and her team did a masterful job of making up that time. It was noticed and certainly appreciated very, very much so. My hat is off to you. I'd like to acknowledge now our shoot coordinator, Denise Reinert-Stange, and her assistant, Tim Miller. As you know, Denise is the pro among pros, and once again, she did a fabulous job for us at this finals. I look forward to welcoming her again on other occasions at other events. At the same time, we'd like to acknowledge Devin Garcia, our arena crew coordinator. He and his team also did a fantastic job, and that, of course, was also provided by his assistant, Stephen Redio. I'd like to acknowledge our judges and their all that they do. We'd like to start with our team leader, Jack Morgan, Amy Griffin, who's here, Rick Jones, whom I haven't seen, and Tom Sheridan also. Those four, once again, thank you very, very much. You guys always do a fantastic job, and I appreciate you more than words can say. I'd like to acknowledge our scorekeepers, Ed LeBrash, Christy Michaels, and Gary Parker. I've seen two today, and thank them also very, very much. I'd like to continue also with our timers. We had David Heckman, who's here, Del Hoover from the Golden State, Maria Deliria Martinez, Tony Schwartz, Christopher Service, Ed Thompson, and Anthony Valdez. Thank you, timers. We appreciate all that you do for us as well. I'd like to thank Pork Chop and Ron Trusley for providing our secretarial services. It's appreciated very, very much. Our treasurer, David Hill, and Tom Truitt. As always, David, we appreciate you, and Tom also very, very much. I'd like to also extend some thanks to Bruce Roby and to our announcers, Douglas Graff and Scotty Shaddix. Also, and certainly not least by any means, I'd like to acknowledge Randy Edlin and his team of trustees for their very effective oversight and guidance in production of this and other rodeos. We appreciate you trustees very, very, very much indeed. And now I'd like to move on, if I may, very quickly to the members of our committee, often referred to by me as the dream team. In every sense of the word, these men and women certainly were that. I'm happy to acknowledge publicly the extraordinary labors of the WGRF committee, which contributed so much to producing a very smooth-running World Gay Rodeo Finals this year. I'd like to start with our assistant rodeo directors. We have R.J. Michaels, right over there, seated in front of, Mipsy Michaels as well, to my right, and Chris Tobin. Chris joined our ARD team a little bit later than some of the others, but I have to say, when the rubber hits the road, that man was truly extraordinary. Chris, once more, I thank you and acknowledge the dynamite job you did for us. I wish he were here because I'd like to thank him again in person and publicly. Wes Gibbons, as you know, this is a man of tremendous contribution, a man with a huge heart. He was largely responsible for having the program printed this year at no cost to the World Gay Rodeo Finals. As you know, that's a big ticket item in terms of money. And he also was responsible for the rather attractive and very durable back numbers, which many of you were able to wear. And we hope you've taken them home and will keep them as a memento from the finals this year. I'd like to thank Cowboy Frank, as so many also have done, being our webmaster as well as official photographer and videographer. I'd like to extend thanks to Cooper Anderson and Stephen Edwards for what they did with our volunteer program and also taking on the role of security this year. They both did an outstanding job there. To Christopher Redden, David Hill, and Tommy Channel, my hat is off to you for your brilliant administration of the registration process this year. Really a fantastic job with more great things to come ahead. I also would like to acknowledge Rick Nixon. Rick is new to the team too. He did a lot of our marketing for us, and with very, very good results. Some of the banners that he had made, which were put over some streets in downtown Scottsdale, were very, very effective, as were some banners which were placed just outside one of the entrances, two of the entrances actually, to Westworld. I'll tell you a little story, if I may. I made a point of talking to as many people in the stands as I could. And I saw this one young lady I spoke to on Saturday, and she said, wow, you know, I'm a nurse, and I drive past here twice every day. I never knew there was a gay rodeo, and I have a lot of friends who are gay. I think I want to go. So she did, and that's when I saw her on Saturday. But wouldn't you know, our gay rodeo made such a good impression on her. Not only did she come back on Sunday, she brought 2 friends with her. So hats off to Rick for having those banners made very effective. Another thing that he did that I think is worth mention is he's responsible for bringing from New York the team of reporters and photographers from the Rolling Stone. As many of you probably know, the Rolling Stone is the leading publication for everything that's cool and hip among young people. They've been around for 50 years. If the publisher likes the story that's written and likes the accompanying photographs that were made, and if they publish a story on WGRF, Gay Rodeo, IGRA, to an extension, this could be very, very good for not only our public image, but could be a source of recruitment for younger people going forward. So let's hope that that project will work out. I'd like to thank Chicken Nugget. As always, Chicken, where are you? There he is. I found him. His work in social media truly is extraordinary, and we thank him. I thank Laura for the work that she's done in sponsorships. I'd like to thank Patrick Terry for taking on the less than joyful task of being barn manager once again. Patrick, you did an outstanding job. We appreciate your flexibility very, very, very much. And other just members at large, if you will. We had Corey Blair, Robin Cagle, Bubba C., Wade Earp, Charles Hancock, Brett Rosinski, and Jonathan Suter. Some were not with us our entire term, but nonetheless the contributions that they made and the participation that they had in our program is appreciated very, very, very much. I'd like to thank Mary Honeycutt also as being our royalty liaison earlier in the program, and David Lawson, seated right before me, for once more serving as our contestant liaison. Before continuing, I would like to just tell you a little story, which I will make relevant to you in just a minute. A long time ago, when I was young and pretty, I served as a naval officer. And it was, this was during the area of the Cold War, when U.S. Navy ships at sea would operate under wartime conditions. On one particular deployment, we were under orders to undertake pretty routine operations under the polar ice cap and continue to the far side of the Arctic Ocean to waters just north of Finland. And there we were going to conduct joint exercises with the Royal Norwegian Navy. About a week underway, we received flash traffic. If you've ever saw that movie, The Hunt for Red October, you know, the little flash screen and the red light, and it gets all the excitement and everybody hot footing. That was the kind of message that we got. Anyway, our orders were changed, and instead of continuing under the polar ice cap, we were ordered to a place in the former Soviet Union called Kamchatka. You may remember in history that the Russians shot down a civilian airliner, resulting with the loss of everyone on board. That is the place we were going to. Very much at a time, a hot spot in history. And certainly in another part of the world from where we were planning to go in the first place. Let's see. The point of my story is some of our naval assets at the time were pushed pretty much to their limit. And in some instances, maintenance was occasionally deferred. In the case of the boat I was aboard, our, excuse me, our new orders, revised orders for positioning near Petropavlovsk were changed to something which we thought actually, according to usual operating procedures, was nearly impossible to achieve. After changing course and increasing speed, our captain summoned the division officers and senior enlisted to the wardroom to talk about, you know, our change of orders. There's a very calm silence in the wardroom at that time. Everyone kind of looked at one another thinking, oh my goodness, what are those clowns in Washington thinking? We can't do this. So the captain, after a few seconds, he kind of broke the silence, simply saying, "Okay, let's hear it." He wanted to solicit feedback from his crew. Several seconds passed until a voice was heard in the back. "Can do, sir." The man speaking from the back, he didn't dwell on the impossible. He calculated in his mind very quickly how the task could be accomplished and what it would need to do that. And in that young man's voice resonated both confidence and at the same time defiance. Confidence in that he was saying, yes, we can do this, and defiance as if to say, and never let anybody say that we can't. And that is really the point of what I want to make now. And with that in mind, I would like Sam Simpkin to remain on foot. I would like Christy Nichols to stand, please, as well as RJ. Sam, Christy, and RJ embody the indomitable spirit of dedication and determination. Indeed, multitasking itself, that word was invented with them in mind. They definitely certainly is defined by what Christy, RJ, and Sam were able to accomplish with great tenacity. Often under pressure exacerbated by time constraints and overload, and always achieving excellent results time and again. In every sense, Sam, Christy, and RJ were the very essence of that can-do spirit that I just spoke of. When the going got rough, there's neither panic, there's no doubt, but indeed, much of like that young man in the wardroom, they figured out exactly how to accomplish every task at hand, and at the same time ending with the results that we all can be proud of. And so to you three in particular, from my heart, thank you very, very, very much. If I may, I just have a couple more thank yous. First and foremost, I'd like to thank our 2019 IGRA royalty team for their support and their fundraising accomplishments. Best wishes to the 2020 team and all that they will do in the year ahead. Beyond our rodeo family, but making substantial contributions, I'd like to thank Steve Spivey and Karen Goldstein from Scottsdale Marriott, E.J. Jones, Oster Unger, and Weld from Westworld, Pastor Rick Stout and the Reverend Adaro Allison for their providing to our spiritual needs at Invocation, our stock contractor, Justin McCarson and his team, Dr. Leith, our veterinarian, Mark Fisher, who took care of our farrier needs. I'd like to acknowledge the work of Michael Brent, our DJ and sound technician, Chief Adam Hoster, and the EMT teams from Scottsdale Fire Department, Sergeant Wes Schaefer from the Scottsdale Police Department, and our photographers, Michael Decker, Luke Guilford, Jeff Hennessy, and Rich Behrman. I'd also like to extend sincere thanks to our volunteers from Bank of America, church teams, and independents, Rebecca Schofield, Professor of American History from the University of Idaho, and rodeo fans, supporters, and enthusiasts. And I'd also like to acknowledge Travis James and Rick Paul, and I want to thank them for sharing their golden voices in singing our anthems during Grand Entry. Congratulations to all our, congratulations to our all-around cowboy, Candy Pratt. Cowgirl. Can you tell I'm nervous? To all-around cowboy, Todd Tramp. Congratulations also to each contestant winning buckles, medals, or ribbons at the finals this year, and special thanks to each of the 88 men and women entering competition. And so with all of that, I will close now. Soon we will leave this place, returning once more to those sun-kissed shores and the rolling hills that I mentioned a little while ago, and a million places in between that we call home. Together, whether in competition, production, administration, or support, I hope the 33rd World Gay Rodeo Finals will be remembered as one accomplished with its task in a manner reflecting well on the men and women of the International Gay Rodeo Association and all the good things that it stands for. Thank you very, very much. It's been my pleasure to serve.
Thank you, Buck and committee. Okay, we're gonna adjourn for lunch. You need to go through the middle door, and you have to have your red ticket. Okay? We'll be back at 1:30. Chair. So, anyway, but we just had general discussion. We were informing the associations of how they could use the PR chair to, ask questions about things that come up in their associations. Anything doing with, and David's expertise, being a lawyer kind of helps us out there too. So anyway, that position, I'm hoping that we can get filled on Sunday evening. So it was just general discussion, just telling everybody what they can do, and they can, we can ask questions and things. And I want to thank Brian Helander for doing that for this past year for us. Thank you, Brian. The other one that it was kind of short and sweet is we have struggled to have a marketing chair for a few years now. So we spoke about that. I had one individual tell me to solicit their second or their better half, so we might try that. Anyway, but if anyone knows or is interested in the marketing chair, there was even a suggestion that maybe we even split it up, which is not a bad idea. That if we had several people working to help out, we struggle with that, and so we'll try to move forward in 2020 with filling that position or having a few people help out with that. But if anybody's interested in that, please let us know. Number 2. Can you, number 2, I'm sorry. Okay.
This is just a suggestion. I don't know if he's willing or not, but you may want to have a conversation with Steve Back, one of our members here in Texas. He's really good with that kind of stuff when it comes to marketing and all that. So he might be of interest into that. He's fairly new into our association. He's getting heavily involved, so we got to snag him while we can.
Okay. Thank you. Anyway, anyone else, please reach out to me. And if it's overwhelming for one person, we can surely make it a job for 2, and that happens at times. So I know that, trust me. Let's see. Do we want to? No? Come on, Rodeo Rules.
All right, so this is the Rodeo Rules Committee report. I'm David Lawson. 31 people attended the meeting on November 22nd, 2019. There were 17 voting members on the committee. The meeting began at 8:37. We had a break from 10:30 to 10:45. We ate lunch from 11:30 to 1, and we adjourned at 3:30. 12 proposals were brought before the committee. 3 were brought to us from the Judges Committee, and we appreciate the input from these officials on their proposals, as well as other discussions held throughout the day. Of the 12 proposals brought to our committee, we are bringing 11 to the convention floor. In addition to dealing with rodeo rule proposals, we reviewed and discussed the rodeo reviews that were filed at rodeos throughout the 2019 season. There was a lot of discussion about the 2 reviews filed this season. It is our recommendation that we work within IGRA to utilize common sense and best practices that would keep our rodeos fair, safe, entertaining, and efficient. The IT committee brought 3 proposals to our committee after we adjourned, and we reviewed the proposals during a break Saturday morning. Those proposals are being brought to the floor with the originals from Friday. Respectfully, me. This is Janet Stange, who's also co-chair of the committee too, so I appreciate all of your help. So we'll go ahead and dive right in. I think we have, let's see, 11, and we have 14 total to deal with, I think, today. Nothing too crazy, so everybody just take a deep breath and relax. It's going to be fine. Okay. So this is Rodeo Rule Proposal 13. It doesn't make any difference what order we go in. This comes to us from the IT committee and has to do with the back numbers.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Passes.
That will help with the implementation of the new, what is it, RMS? That's good.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Passes.
Can that get lowered just a little bit? Or does it matter that the number's not? I guess that's it. Okay. Yeah. You can make it 11 because there isn't one. Okay. Cool.
Any discussion? Oh, refresh. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Passes.
Can you raise it up, please?
Hang on. Yep. Can that be rolled up just a little bit, Frank, now that they know what the top is? There we go. Was there any discussion? Number 11 and then number... I'll let David.
So this actually came to us from the Judges Committee. So would someone from the Judges Committee like to answer that question? Amy Griffin, Ilgra.
Amy Griffin, Ilgra.
Amy Griffin, Ilgra. In lieu of no one else speaking up that was in that room, and there were lots of people. So the drag clothing components are getting farther and farther away from keeping in spirit with the intention and the purpose of the event. We've had a lot of problems this year with people skirting the rules, pun intended, and really taking advantage of, I guess, perceived loopholes. And our consensus was by removing this tiny piece, that it would clean that up and make it easier to determine whether or not the drag contestant was in compliance with the rules. So just because it's a one-piece dress or a pantsuit doesn't mean you can't embellish on top of that. Okay, that's a foundation. You want to add anything, you want wings, whatever, Jean Frakes, or all the stuff that Oberbeck does, that's fine. But we need to have an identifiable foundation that we can see easily complies with the rules.
Okay, let's go back. I think number 4 had number 4.
Also, the main question that I had was, what was the purpose of this rule? But more specifically, in response to that answer, what is the intent of the outfit exactly? And can we specify that? Because it's not clear to me, that connection.
Okay. I think Jean was next, and who else?
We're going to talk about the drag clothes. I'm going to talk. No, I was not here when the event was created. The only person that was available at part of IGRA was God, before John Beck, right? But I can tell you, 22 years ago when I started doing this, the intent was entertainment of this event, and the clothing of the drag and how they were dressed and how outrageous they were dressed, and it was getting on an animal and riding back across the line. And from my understanding, in the early days, it was even worse. They had to ride one direction and then come back. So it was all about entertainment. And some of us who do the drag actually do take the time to, we love going to Goodwill and finding splendid things, right, Greg? Oh. So to go on with what Amy said, the skirt and top thing, just from a logistical standpoint, now I'm going to talk as a judge and not the drag, but as a judge, when you say female type clothing and then you say top, skirt isn't as bad, but top is really difficult to determine if it's a female type top. So, because it could be, there are unisex t-shirts, there are female t-shirts. Same with some regular type shirts. And I can tell you, we've had drags come out in what they perceive as a skirt and the same shirt that they've been wearing all day. So it's just difficult to determine that. And we're not going to go up and look at the tag.
I believe Jack was next, and then it can be Roger. Jack? Nope. Jack's up here first.
This was actually referred to rodeo rules from the judges committee when we went in, we wrapped and explained it and talked to it in the rodeo rules committee, and when it gets the vote passed, it's unanimous. To Gene's point, this makes it very identifiable of what is considered a drag. This is what Gene had alluded to earlier. You could be in a t-shirt, you know, a blouse, you could be in a shade. Define a two-school, and that was the minimum requirement, and that was not the intent of what the event was.
Number 11. Oh, no, wait a minute. It was Roger next. I'm sorry. Roger.
Roger Bergman, NGRA. As the only person who, in the room, who judged the first wild drag race in 1986, we looked at it as a fun event. And we didn't run into problems for a couple of years, but at one of the rodeos, someone came out wearing a bathing suit and Playboy bunny ears with a rabbit tail, and it was like, oh, does that fit the rule? they were allowed to compete, but it's not a pantsuit or a one-piece dress. Again, it's the fun event, but that would not have fit into these guidelines. So maybe it needs to be changed, but I'm not sure exactly that this is the best thing.
Okay. Jameson?
I don't know if the rest of this section is up here, but does this mean, so we take out our skirt or top and dress pantsuit, does that mean that if someone is not in that proper attire during route drag, they're qualified?
Yes. If this passes, yes. Laura?
Laura Scott, NGRA. I understand the intent here, and I'm wondering if, instead of getting rid of skirt, if we can make what a skirt is more identifiable. Not a tutu, yes. Go Team Tutu.
Number 4? Hang on. You don't have to apologize. I just want everybody able to hear you.
I'm Shannon Perkins from Arizona Gay Rodeo Association. Thank you for your patience with me. I'm new.
Welcome.
Thank you. I think the definition of a skirt is a good idea because in my experience, a skirt and a tutu are actually two different things. But I think that for ease of use throughout the actual event, because there's so much else going on and these people might have multiple categories, etc., that defining it as a dress makes it simpler, which is important for the flow of the event.
Jameson?
If the intent is to prevent a specific thing, it seems like the tutu is what this issue is about. If the intent is to prevent a certain thing from being worn, why not amend this to say dress, tutu, or whatever it be? Because it seems like we're really debating over one particular version of dress. So if it's about that, then amend it to say what's not.
Hang on. Okay, number 10. It was Jean. I got it. We got them all.
Gene Frakes, North Star. First of all, whether this came out or not, the Playboy bunny suit wouldn't have qualified. Whether we took skirt and top out or anything, that type of a bathing suit and ears wouldn't qualify. I think people are missing what I said as far as, notice I didn't say anything about the skirt. It's really the top is a big portion of this. The skirt is too, but the top part is a big portion of it because you identifying a female top from other places without walking up and looking at the tag, if it has one, is what becomes more difficult. Yes, if it's button up, you could look at the buttons, I get that. But we're trying to keep a rodeo going and we don't want to have to microscopically inspect them. So there is more to this, to what is trying to be done than the tutu.
Number 4 was next. No? Oh.
I'm Greg Begay, AGRA. I've competed in wild drag for 8+ years, and the drag has always been embellished. I do some good shopping, okay? Last Chance, Ross, I can find some good things. But the top part, our rodeos go so slow as it is. Do you really want the judges to stop and look at the outfit and make sure it's acceptable? If it was just a dress, go on. If you have trouble jumping on the steer, cut a slit in it all the way up to your crotch. But, I've made David wear some really interesting things sometimes. But when we went to finals in Albuquerque, there was a question from some of our competitors whether our romper was female attire. I had to murder that outfit and cut out the crotch and make it look like a skirt. Or not a skirt, a dress, a one-piece dress. So, I mean, a tutu is the simplest way to just say it's a skirt, but the top part, what's the saying, like, you don't need to shop for that. I mean, how do you know if it's a man's tank top or a woman's tank top?
Time is expired. Okay. So we had a call for the vote. All right. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. All right. We need. We're going to do a hand count or standing count, whichever's easier. People want to stretch their legs. Okay. All those in favor, please stand. Oh, wait a minute. You know what? Everybody sit down. We did not do a roll call after lunch. Shame on me. So hang on just a second. Let's do that first. That way we know our numbers, okay? I apologize.
I'm just going to ask for number of delegates. Keep it simple. Arizona, 6. ASCRA, 2. Canada, 4. Colorado, 6. New Mexico, 6. North Star, 5. Red River, 5. Michigan, 1. TGRA, 6. Utah, 5. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry. Missouri, 5. And Lonely Amy from Ilgra. And DSRA, 6. And Great Plains, 3. North Star, 5. Yep. I think we've got everybody. Oh. Yeah. Nevada is 6. Golden State is 6. New Mexico is 6. Oh. Texas is 6. I think we have everyone accounted for now, and it matches what we had this morning. 76 voting delegates. Majority is 38. 2/3 is 51.
Okay. Now, all those in favor, please stand. Okay. sit down. Opposed? Okay. It passes. Where'd Frank go? We'll bring up the next proposal.
This also came to us through the judges committee.
He has both lines that are underlined of removing. Rookie judges shall not be assigned to finish flag, any roping event or shoot dog event, or as official timer in rough stock riding events. It removes that. Any discussion? Number 1. Okay.
Chris Tobin, CGRA. We're removing this because it's in conflict with, it's redundant. There's, in standard rules, it says what the rookie judge is allowed to do and is not allowed to do, and this actually is not what it says in standard rules.
Randy? Oh, hang on. I know you're loud, but everybody else wants to hear you. Get the booming voice.
Randy of the CGRA, just a point of clarification here. The top part, item 3 that's underlined is the only thing we're actually deleting. If you read the second paragraph down below where it says page 63, that is the other section of rodeo rules, is clarification that item number 2 should not actually be underlined. We did not agree to delete that during the meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, there was the report. I just amended this to add this. The report said that the standing rule should be deleted. So that's what I asked the committee here. Oh, let me put that in there so it all goes out at once. But that was not correct information.
Correct.
Right.
Section 2 certification would be done item number 2.
Right.
Unwatched, not red and white.
Got it.
That's what we want to stay in.
Perfect.
That's what the rule 3 up above conflicts with.
Perfect. One moment.
Refresh, please, Frank.
Yeah, apparently the translation from judges to rodeos didn't make it.
Okay.
But I think
Any
we got it.
further discussion? It's just removing it from rodeo rules. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Passes. Okay. Any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor, oh, go ahead. Number 4.
Mark Boyd, AJRA. My only concern with removing email and poster letter and just going with electronic notification is I kind of feel like electronic notification is a little vague because that could be a text message, that could be a Facebook message, that could be an email, and I know maybe we're wanting to broaden it. But I'm fine with getting rid of postal because who uses that? But maybe still specifying an email or something other than just a vague electronic notification would be my only concern.
Number 15. Get the microphone. Yep.
Christopher Evans, Red River Rodeo Association. I like what you're saying. Yes, that's what we're trying to do, is get rid of the snail mail use and move forward. I don't want to limit ourselves to specify the text message or email or exactly what the mode was, then we might prevent, we need something a little bit more active so we can be flexible to do a change or use all three or four or whatever new method. So that's the reason why we did not go with the specification of the text message.
Okay, thank you. Number 5. Melon's right there.
Paul, DPRA. Should that possibly not say to follow it up with the last known? Because we have members that choose to move a lot or change their email addresses.
Remember, with the new system, it's going to be their responsibility, not our GRA's.
Okay.
No. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Passes. You gotta roll down just a little bit, Frank. Okay. Oh, that is the bottom? Okay. Number 17, Chuck Browning.
Is this taking the whole section 25 out because that's certified official packets underlined? Is this all that's in there? I just can't remember.
Yes, sir. Number 12.
Dr. Hunter, Atlantic States Gay Radio Association. In taking this part out, is there a consideration as to how nurse medical facilities would be communicated to contestants?
I think, is RJ going to reply to this? Okay.
RJ Michaels, AGRA. So the point of this, actually, when it was turned in, was the blue sheet all comes in our contestant bags, as most of us as contestants know. We either don't look at it at all until the end of rodeo when we finally go through our contestant bag, or we get it, we look at it, we throw it away, because odds are we're not taking that blue sheet and we're keeping it in our back pockets or our gear bags, whatever, throughout the rodeo weekend. Also, there's a lot of work that goes into making that map and all that for us not to use. The great majority of us have our phones, tablets, whatever with us. You're going to tend to Google wherever you're going to get your map, or MapQuest, or I don't know, whatever the million different mapping systems that you use. So the whole thing with this is, one, it saves a lot of money for associations, because to print 100 to 200 copies of a blue sheet that then is getting thrown away, that could be $100 or more that that association gets to save, and it's a waste of blue paper. So our thought with this is that if you need to go to emergency, one, if obviously if you're taken by EMS, they're gonna know where you're going. If there's some place that you need to go, the great majority of us, like when I know for myself, when I got hurt at a rodeo in Palm Springs, I didn't bother with a sheet. I pulled up my phone, Googled the nearest place, called to make sure they were open, and we went. So the injury form, or I guess now it's gonna be an incident reform, is still gonna be available at Secretarial. The officials will still have those on their clipboard, so that part will still be available. It's just we're not gonna be putting those in the bags. So that was the intent behind it, because it's really not, I felt it's really not being used. I mean, and I talked to some other contestants, other people, and the great majority of people agree, we just don't use it. And it's a cost-saving thing, and it's just another thing that takes whoever's the secretary or whoever's in charge of registration, do whatever for that rodeo association, a lot of time to make that map and to do all that doesn't get used.
Okay. Did that answer you? 4.
Mark Boyd, AJRA. I would just like to also add on top of that, that if you did still want to have some sort of a list where you could recommend specific or closest or something that you would want to do, you could easily add that as a simple web page. It could just be, you know, your association. So we could do ajra-phx.com/blue sheet. And they could just type that in, go right to it, and have that all there digitally without, again, if you wanted to, not saying that's a requirement that you would have to, but if you as an association wanted to provide quick links or something to preferred vendors, places, restaurants, that's what you could easily do on your website, even with a QR code or something like that.
Okay. Number 8.
Mine's not necessarily a question, kind of along your lines. Yes? Oh, excuse me, Angela, MGRA. We got a postings board that you keep your results on behind the chutes. Why can't we, each association, post something on that instead of putting it in the thing?
Number 11.
Can we amend this to say the information be made available, so maybe there's 5 maps at registration or something in that case? I know as a contestant, in those emergency moments, as much as it seems simple, that cell phone out to Blue Clearness Hospital is not in Texas. Literally somebody would have the paper going, okay, Baylor's closest, let's go. Unfortunately, some of our old timers don't use technology as well. So if we can post it someplace, post it someplace and or make a visual copy so the association print maybe 10 so that it can be grabbed if it needs to be.
Number 10. Jean. They declined.
Trey Brubaker, North Star. Most of you probably know me, and I've probably, well, you know my teammate, we've probably been to every hospital on the circuit in the last couple years. So I can honestly say that means we've got a blue sheet at 25 plus rodeos, and I can tell you that both of us probably have a pile of them in his RV right now that we've never looked at, but we've been to everyone. If we post it on the board, that's extra work for the people that are putting on a rodeo that we're gonna have to look for, we're gonna have to check. I bet if we poll everyone in here who has had to go to a hospital or a medical facility in the last 2 to 3 years, none of us use the blue sheet. But I can guarantee you ask all the rodeo directors, and they're going to tell you that the blue sheet was some sort of problem where they forgot it or it was extra time that they could be used putting toward other things. We have electronics in our pocket, and one of the great things about IGRA is we actually help each other. And if someone needs to go to the hospital, we're not going to the board to check it. We're getting them where they need to go. So I am 100% in favor of this as it's shown.
Number 1. I know.
The other half of this comment, Chris Tobin, CGRA. I could also tell you from my experience that if you're being taken in an ambulance, they're going to decide where you're going to go. They're not following that blue sheet. And Trey and my brother were sent to the wrong hospital because that's what the blue sheet said.
I know. Okay. Okay. Any other discussion? Number 17.
Chuck Browning from CRGRA. Years ago, when we didn't have cell phones, we didn't have all the luxuries we have now. We kind of relied on that. I'm sure John Beck can attest to that, right? So anyway, make sure if you still want to provide this to the contestants, you have that option. It just makes it not a requirement.
Okay, good job. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Passes. Any questions? Just let everybody know there's not been one mailed in 2 years, so just any discussion? Oh, number 12.
This is the first time I've had a chance to actually look at the final word here. Just a editing note, right before we list the two things, there's the phrase, you have the following two options. So the language does need to be tweaked editorially.
Okay. Thank you, Michael. You ready? Refresh. Okay.
Alexander Sadis, AGRA. What exactly is pre-registration in this context, since it says that within 1 week following the receipt of pre-registration? If it's going to be electronic, then won't that person either fill it out themselves in that moment, or at the registration table somebody's going to be typing it in?
Number 10.
Gene Frakes, TGRA. I don't, Alex, I don't think it meant this when this rule was first put in there, but what it would mean now, I think, is that because it's not a requirement, they're encouraged to do it. And that would be contacting the office. And at that time, if this passed, you would get the information of how to register electronically, how to get that number assigned to you electronically through the RMS. Because if you don't happen to know anybody in IGRA, which is likely not the case, but if that's the case, you wouldn't know about RMS. You wouldn't know how to go and do that and register for the rodeo you're looking for. So I think that's what the pre-registration phrase would mean today.
Any other questions? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Passes. Any questions? Number 14.
Hey, just a question, clarification actually, Candy. Sorry, Amy Griffin-Ilgra. So this is exclusive to contestant day money, entry fees for the weekend, and does not include the money that accrues all year for contestant payout?
No, it's everything. It's supposed to be everything. Oh, it says 4 rodeo finals, though. We're going to send this one back to committee. Nope. Wait a minute. Is that... We're going back... They're going to send it back to committee, Jameson, so then we'll talk later. Yep. Number 14, then 4.
Sorry about this, Amy Griffin-Elger again. It'd be great if someone could explain why this proposal feels it's necessary for someone other than the contestants to manage their own equipment. Honestly, the judges have enough to do. We don't want to, I mean, you know, we'll judge events any way you want, but if you give us additional tasks that aren't relative to our jobs, it's just got potential to delay the rodeo, delay the start of events. So maybe David or Janet could explain what the impetus for this is.
Greg's will explain it.
Greg Begay, AGRA. It's not to put more weight onto the judges, but so being that a contestant that helps multiple people tie on their ropes and seeing the big difference between certain types of string or nylon used, it's not really uniform and can create a non-consistent breakage when the rope comes off. It doesn't have, like, we can amend this to not have to be provided by the judges. Just like in steer decorating, all the ribbons are handed out by the arena director or the assistant arena director. So it would just be one uniform type of string that is passed out to all the contestants in this event. And
hang on. Just hang on. Number 15.
Sammy Simpkin, Red River. I feel that this is a completely unnecessary rule. And in an era of where we're trying to prevent over-regulating ourselves, I think this is exactly what we're doing right here. This has not been a problem in the event. It creates an added burden on the association that's putting on the rodeo to get the string. As I said, judges, it's an added burden on them, and has the potential to make our rodeo go on. Just because it's one more thing that we're having to do. The bottom line is it's really not needed, and it's a good case of us with if it ain't broke, fix it till it is. So I just strongly encourage you not passing this.
Number 10, Jean.
Gene Frakes, North Star. I think, and I don't know exactly how to say this, Benjamin, you need to listen. You need to listen, but I don't know how to say this, but I believe there is a place, I think it's called association, what associations provide? Requirements, that's the word I was looking for, thank you. Association requirements. And without that being part of this proposal that says they now have to provide a certain type of string, because I, as a judge, am not supplying your damn string. I don't think this is a good proposal because it doesn't take into consideration that they're not They're not telling us who's going to provide that special string. It's not telling us that the judges are going to do it, and it's not part of the association requirements to do it. So I'm asking for a clarification from the parliamentarian on that.
The parliamentarian does not know where they get the string.
Okay. Number 12. Okay. Okay. You are correct. It there would be something missing. It would, yeah, and you'd have to have the type, the length, yeah. There's a lot missing. Number 12.
I have several comments, but let me turn it into one. Can the committee withdraw this temporarily to work on it and bring back to us?
No.
Then I
it's better-
propose that the word judges be changed to arena director.
No. They declined that
To
too.
be consistent with the goat underwear and the deco ribbons. That's all I'm trying to do. Consistency.
I understand. Roger. Perfect. Got it.
Roger Bergman, NGRA. One of the concerns that Greg expressed was that there might be a difference between how the strength of a string, but I don't think the timers are going to really catch the difference between a weak string and a really strong string. I don't think this is important.
Okay, thank you. The time has been called. Call the vote. Okay, all those in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. Nay. Abstentions? Okay, it fails. Number 12. Tell him, Ben, you gotta get rid of the ES on that first one. Right by the 1, you gotta get rid of the ES. Hang on. Hang on. We gotta fix something.
We're getting the S, so relax.
Refresh. Oh, hang on. Now you can do it. Okay. Okay, number 2. Is that you? Or was that what you needed to correct? Okay. Got it? Any other discussion? Oh, I'm sorry. Need a mic right here, Malin.
Jeannie McLeod, TGRA. We had a question in regards to if you have 2 electronic timers, will there be no one upstairs to flag for the next rider? Or do I just let them all go at once?
No, there's still one.
There's still
Be
one.
nice. Be nice.
No, if you have 2 timers, that stopwatch is on.
But they're still there.
Okay, so the way this is written right now, it says you could run 1 electronic timing light and 1 stopwatch. In that case, you've got to start judge fair flagging and finishing based on the timing light. It also says a second electronic timer may replace 1 stopwatch. So if you're running 2 electronic timers and you don't have a stopwatch,
Okay.
the judge has
And-
nothing to flag.
Exactly. Well, but if there's two electronic timers, the judge is not needed besides to make sure that everybody's wearing everything. And then,
It becomes the responsibility of the arena director to watch the secretary to make sure they're ready for the next rider before she calls.
well, but that's a normal, in barrel racing, or we're talking about speed events, right? In barrel racing, that's normal. There's still someone that calls you in the event that it's ready. So rather than look there, she would be looking up, I guess. Yes. Is that, oh, hang on, ooh.
And, hold on.
Go ahead.
And in our committee, we did talk about this, and we need to, as a whole, start going toward the way of assuming everything is ready unless somebody stops you, rather than having to look, and or if nobody touches a barrel, they're not moving. So we don't need to slow down and look all the time. It's at a traditional rodeo or at a barrel race, unless they tell you not to go, you go.
Number 4, Christy.
Christy Michaels, AGRA. Were you, just a clarification, were you talking about flagging from the judge or flagging from the scorekeeper when we're talking about the timer?
Making sure the timer is ready to go, so the arena director knows when she
Okay. The scorekeeper is the one that flags the judge, not the timer. So the scorekeeper will still be up there. The scorekeeper is always up there, whether there is 1 timer or 3 timers.
Okay. Number 14.
Amy Griffin, ILGRA. I'm all for speeding up our speed events. My concern is there is still going to be a scorekeeper adjacent to the scorekeeping display board upstairs, recording the times and clearing the arena to whoever that person clears the arena to, whether it's the start judge, if there is a start judge, or the arena director, or whoever is guiding the horses into the arena. My concern about moving from 3 stopwatches to 1 stopwatch is the increased likelihood of re-rides because there are no times. And it takes longer to run a re-ride than to average 2 numbers. I am not in favor of reducing the number of stopwatches.
Go ahead. Hang on a minute, Michael.
So in response to that, just again, in barrel racing and other events outside of IGRA rodeos, nowhere you go is there ever 3 timers at all anyway. And we have kind of babied ourselves along through a lot of years about this. If most places I go to a barrel race, if they miss my time, I never know that. And we shouldn't have this big pause. Oh crap, they missed my time. Now I have to stop the rodeo and go ask, are you going to rerun? Or are you going to take this average run? What are you going to do? And this intent of this is to make us more with the times and more with what's going on out in the rest of the world.
Did you understand, Amy, that if there's not 2 timers, there's still a 1 stopwatch and a timer? So okay, just making sure. Michael?
The only thing I was going to add is the scorekeepers only have to record that stopwatch time if there's no electronic time. If we've got an electronic time, we record that 1 time, and we're flagging you that we're ready to go with the next contestant.
Mike Lentz?
I would add that there is another place in the rule book that this affects, so we do need to make the changes to the timer section to make it agree should this pass. So it's not on the board now, but that's a requirement that's going to need to come back to us to clean up the rule book and should it pass.
Where did you say it was, Mike? page 88? Oh. The rule number or something, he's got the big book.
While we're looking this up, you guys might want to just know that originally there were only 2 proposals that came to committee or that were submitted that everybody could look at prior to. So that does make it difficult in situations like this where we have to look back and forth. So in the future, just keep in mind that if you submit your rodeo rule proposals earlier, then stuff like this doesn't happen.
How do you make a tissue dance? Put a little boogie in it. Okay, aren't we on? Okay, hang on. We still were discussing, but I think they were looking at other places. 5. Jeffrey? Okay.
Jeffrey from TPRA. Just to kind of piggyback what David said, us that are barrel racers and have our horses in the alley, we've got to speed this up. You know, we have some hot horses coming down the alley, and as soon as you all stop a rodeo or stop a barrel race, we have to go right back in. We have to get our horses straightened back up. So we've got to keep it going. I mean, I've been on barrel races every single Wednesday in Oklahoma. You know, I never stop a barrel race unless the barrel goes down or something. So this is how it is.
Okay. Number 13.
Guy Puglisi, NGRA. I'm all for moving forward with the times, and I think the direction we should head is encouraging the 2 timing light scenario, because I've used that at every rodeo. I've been a scorekeeper since that rule came in, and I've never used the backup light, ever. There's already a disadvantage to the contestants using a stopwatch time, so I think there's a disadvantage by reducing the number of backup timing or stopwatches. So I think perhaps this could be referred back to committee to come up with a more viable solution, because I think we should be looking at using the 2 timing lights and maybe have a contingency plan if that equipment was not available.
They're declining, and I think the reason they're declining is that would put a monetary deal on some associations. Okay. Number 11. Oh.
A quick comment and a proposal. My comment is I implore the convention to remember that we are an amateur rodeo, and some of us are doing these things for the very first time or for the first time in a long time. So while I appreciate and respect the fact that we want to move our contest towards what they're doing out in the industry, you may have contestants that still need that walkthrough or still need that additional hand-holding that we're talking about eliminating to get them back into rodeo. And then I propose that we send this to committee to create language that says one stopwatch backup should be available. If the association wants to use 2 timers, that's great. If they want to use 1, that's great. But I truly believe there should be some sort of human checks and balances in the timing judgment process in case of a horse loses control and knocks out both timers and they're broken. Do you have backup timer? Do we now have to have a precedent for using stopwatch? There should be some contingency in case of resolving the apocalypse time.
Mike, hang on a second. I'll answer you in a minute, Jameson. Mike, I think.
Okay, Michael, sorry, I'm not as familiar with the rodeo rules section of the book, but I'm in the scorekeepers and timers section. Michael, is that correct, where you said it needs to be adjusted? Can you tell me which number again? So eliminate horse speed events only, correct? Perfect, thanks.
And Jameson, the committee is declining your, taking it back. Number 14.
Amy Griffin, is it correct to believe that if this passes, that related item numbers, which would then be redundant, would go away in the editorial process. For example, if this passes, item number 4, there will be no judge there to drop their flag.
That's correct if they do have 2 timers.
Okay, thank you.
So that's the association's choice to have 2 timers or a 1 timer and 1 judge. Okay, we're gonna. You wanna add that paragraph to it? Okay, it's fine. That's all right. It's all good. Number 13.
I just wanted to clarify, because I've heard this, that the committee's declined to take it back to committee, but as the president, I think you have the power to send it back to committee, and I just wanted to remind you of that.
I agreed with them.
What? So for those of you that didn't hear me, I said I've heard that the committee has declined to take a couple of items back to committee, and I was just reminding Candy as president and chair of this convention that she has the authority to send it back to committee. And I think this needs some work.
We're just, time is, hang on, refresh, and the time is up also. Refresh, please, Frank, and then roll up so they can see. There was only 3 words that needed to come out, another section that went with this. Well, the time's up, so.
Just a
Oh,
quick comment that the committee chairs can't speak for the entire committee to say that they don't want it. They have
Okay.
to ask everybody that was on the committee.
Okay, all right.
Committee, do you want to take this back? Okay, thank you.
Okay. Pretty sure they were looking at faces. Okay, so the only thing that was missing, Mike pointed out, which fixed it. So, time has been called. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Nay. We're going to do a standing vote. Okay, everybody back in the room, I guess. All those in favor, please stand. Is Stephanie standing? I heard. Was that your outside voice? Okay. Good job. Yes. Okay, you got them all? Okay, you can sit down. Opposed? You took my thunder. Good. Got it? It passes.
We already did this one. This is what we looked at first with the back numbers. So we can go to the next one. We already did that. With the back numbers, so we're ready for 14.
Regular for 14. Yeah. Yes, sorry. Well, it's all cleaned up. Go ahead. Number 14.
Okay, before everybody freaks out, that yellow line is from when I copied and pasted it from the big book, and I could not get my computer to take that yellow line out of there, so that's all it is. Settle down. This came to us through IT, and Chris, if I could just clarify, right now it's underlined that we must reserve the appropriate number of stalls. Is that supposed to remain, or is that supposed to be removed?
Christopher, we're asking a question because I don't think this is correct. You wanted to remove where we had to reserve the appropriate number of stalls? I didn't think so.
Okay, so can we take off the underline?
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chuck. I figured there was something wrong with that, so. Okay, so you can leave it underlined, it just needed to be moved down. Should be really the first thing, I think. It should be the very first thing, because the very first thing you do. You know what? Let's take a 10-minute break. So be back at 2:55.
As everyone's coming back in, just to let you know, there are a few IGRA archives over here at the end of Frank Harrell's table, some rodeo buckles and photos, and we have the original one page of rules from the 1983, 84, and 85 CGRA rodeos, and our 1985 rule book, which contained 19 pages of rules, 4 pages of bylaws, and 6 pages of standing rules in a little book. We're also looking for some past rodeo rule books, 2016, 17, 18, and 19. If you have any, we'd love to get them.
Okay, we're going to call the convention back to order. Yep, I'm going to let David talk.
All right, so just everybody, when you're looking at this, you need to be thinking that we are not talking about the physical stall. We're talking about the stall fee. So if you look at the bolded wording below, it says stall fees are non-transferable and non-refundable. That wouldn't mean that if I pay for 5 stalls at a rodeo and I only bring 4 horses and somebody else wants one of my stalls, that's fine. I've paid for that real estate. It's just that we can't take my stall fee that I'm not going to be at a rodeo and then apply it to somebody else's entry or something like that, which has happened. So this is all to help with the RMS system and each association. You have to realize that there are a lot of associations that have to rent the stalls that we all use. So if I order 5 stalls and I don't show up and I don't pay the association for what they got for me, then it costs that association a lot of money.
Number 15, Christopher Redden.
I wanted to make one more quick amendment to this. The horse stalls and the fees are covered in 2 different places in the rodeo rules, so this section is really kind of talking about during registration and when you request the number of stalls. Here it says, what I'd like to underline is on line B, the $25 per additional stall. I'd just like to get rid of that. The cost of the stalls is discussed later and lower the back of the book for the rodeo rules. I don't know exactly where the number is, but that's where it talks about it being $25, and for the 3rd, 4th, and 5th stall, it's at market price for the stall. So we don't need to say the price in this area. So I don't know the official language to say. I'd like to propose an amendment to this amended amendment.
So, what were you going to answer him
Just
first?
back
and
to
ask your-
$25 per additional stall, and both parentheses.
Does the committee accept that amendment? Okay. Yes. Yes.
Simply removing the dollar amount, right, Chris?
There you
Get rid of the price.
go. Okay. Like that? Okay, so then 10, you don't need to talk now?
James, number 10.
Gene?
Okay, but the section he was referring to was outlining the costs. This is talking about, this section says what has to be prepaid. This is the section that says that when I register for 5 stalls, that I have to pay for those, all 5 stalls, at the rate that other section states. By taking that out, you now remove the requirement of prepaying those at registration.
The amount specified later. Okay. Number 11.
I'd like to propose this motion be amended. Item number B, item I, from stall fees for additional horse stalls are non-refundable to stall fees for additional horse stalls are refundable at the discretion of the association. That being said, what the discussion was internally is that there are extenuating circumstances. Yes, in the regular world of rodeo, that none of that applies, nobody cares. But again, we are an amateur association and things come up. If the association doesn't necessarily pay for their stalls individually, then I think it should be up to them to say, yeah, you got sick, you wrecked your car, I'll give you your $50 back. Under this language, it does not give the association the ability to make any decision about that and their own money, especially if the money goes to the association. And I foresee running into a situation where some associations have no problem with funding money and some absolutely not. So if the language can be amended to say refundable at the discretion of the association.
Does the committee accept that? Okay. I was told it required a second before the, On 14,
Can I speak to that real quick, though? Is it totally wrong with it?
no, nobody can speak. Okay, now I have a second. Now discussion on the ask of the amendment. So that's what you're wanting to talk about? Not the proposal, yep, refresh. Well, it was just seconded, you're just putting it up there.
Amy Griffin,
Hang on, is that what you were, Jameson, look at the screen. Okay,
Amy Griffin. I am not in favor of the green addition. I don't know what level of amendment we're on. I think that the way that this was written is excellent. And, you know, IGRA subsidizes the cost of at least the first stall. And there are plenty of places where the actual cost to rent the stall to the host association far exceeds the dollar amount that is charged to the contestants. So, you know, in respect to rodeo directors and budgets, I would resist changing this from the way that it was written prior to the addition of the green lettering.
13.
I think that if the association deems that they can refund the money, let them refund the money. It's their rodeo, it's their expense, it's their budget. And if they deem that they want to refund it, let them refund it.
Number 11.
With respect to ILGA, I think that this rule, I like the rule of not refunding the fees, but I think the way it is worded, we're taking away the power of the association to make decisions that are at the ground level. If the stall fees go to the association and never come to IGRA, then why is IGRA making a rule about what they do or if they refund? And I'm not saying this is a bad idea. I think it's a great rule. You don't get your money back if you don't show up. That's how it is. But we set a precedent of taking away the powers of the association and putting it in IGRA's hands, something else for people to manage. If we lock ourselves into the wording, then we're going to end up doing that across the board.
Just to clarify, the IGRA does not get the stall fees. Okay. That goes to the association. I know, but it's handled by the association, not IGRA, right? Number 4, then number 10. Oh, no? Okay, 10. Oh, sorry. Well, I called it.
Okay, I think this could kind of be related to the amendment. If not, tell me. But already there's a rule, Rodeo Rule 1, Section 8E, that says if required, prepay for all additional horse stalls, $25 per additional stall with pre-registration. So what I'm trying to get at, this amendment, you would have to change this rule that's already here if you're going to say, you know, change it otherwise.
It is underlined.
It's not, it didn't eliminate this rule that's here now.
Is that the one that's above it? Okay. Any other discussion on the floor? Because, 16. Oh, wait a minute. No, he was next. Sorry. 10, then 16.
Gene Friggs, North Star. I don't believe that I don't support the adding of the green. The statement that stall fees for additional horse stalls are non-refundable does not prevent the association from refunding it. We do not control what checks you write. It just, what it does is it gives the association a place this, when the contestant comes to you and says, I want my stall fees refunded, you can say no, and there's no argument about it.
Okay. Number Okay. Okay. Number 11.
Again, I have to disagree with what you're saying, because if you say stall fees for horse stalls are non-refundable, then you cannot go back and say, but if they want to give it to you, they can. We're still dealing in a bunch of these under-table dealings. You absolutely cannot, and I'm telling you why. If I go to a rodeo, or if I register for a rodeo, I don't show up, and I don't get my stall fees back. But I know that someone else went to a different rodeo, and that association gave them their stall fees back. One of the first things I'm going to do is grab this rule book that says no stall fees are refundable. So under any circumstance should these stall fees be refundable. And all I'm saying is that to protect the associations that do decide to give refunds, all you have to do is say, let the postal association decide. I'm not saying that you should refund stall fees. And if every association says no, that's fine. But if you don't allow the association to decide, you're not giving them the power to make their own decision.
Okay, I'm gonna let David talk right now.
Okay, so I'm looking at this from a rodeo producing, I'm on our rodeo committee. I'm a contestant. And number one, let's all remember that this right here is not a competition. Nobody's trying to win their point to get this done. This seems like it's taking a long time to say, if an association wants to give you 20 bucks, here, I'm sorry, your $25 stall, and they give you $25 cash, or they give you a check or whatever, nobody cares. And IGRA doesn't care. Jameson, number one, you just yelled at him about interrupting you. Number two, this is to help with the RMS system and keep everything easy for entering and all that stuff. If an association, a rodeo producing association, wants to donate to your fund because you couldn't come to a rodeo, that's their prerogative. They don't have to say that they refunded your stall. They can say that they liked your smile and gave you 25 bucks.
Amy?
Amy Griffin, correct me if I'm wrong. It is my belief that the local associations always have some degree of discretion to return monies paid, for example, waiving late fees if they choose to do it, or after the fact saying, oh, well, you broke down, we will take that into account. I really don't think this is any different. The local associations already have discretion.
Michael?
So far since I've been involved, the associations have handled their horse stall fees. IDRA never got involved in your buddy passes or your stall fees. That was all handled between the contestant and the association. The rule book says the stall fees were to be paid, but up till RMS, we weren't, the auditors never tracked whether or not you paid your stall fee or not. That was left to the association.
Cody?
Cody K, DSRA. Jameson, to your point, there's the opposite. If I went to a rodeo and I knew that you got your stall fee refunded, and I went to a rodeo and they said, no, you can't have your stall fees refunded. Now I'm the one who's like, oh my God, well, you just gave Jameson, and the Arizona rodeo, he got it, but now I'm in Santa Fe and I'm not going to get it. So it's a two-way street. You got to pick one way or the other.
So, as we talked in the committee, we talked about having, if you want to use the analogy of federal government and state governments, that's up to you if you want to be upset with one governing body, which would be Golden State's rodeo didn't give you your fee back, but Arizona did. So that's not an IGRA thing. This is an IGRA rule, so let's just leave that alone.
Gene? Trey?
Trey Brubaker, North Star. I kind of have to echo a lot of this. I think that by keeping it as it's stated in all black without the green lettering creates uniformity, and I feel like it goes with the mission statement of IGRA to support the associations. This creates a level playing field. Again, what an individual association does, IGRA cannot tell you you can't give someone $20 for whatever reason. But this rule says, as IGRA, we are creating a blanket playing field that gives every association the opportunity, and we have your back. With the implementation of the RMS in our committee meeting yesterday, that was something that opened the door for us to allow a more seamless process to pay for those fees, and that could flow through IGRA and then to the associations like our contestant fees do. In that being said, looking forward, this sets us up as IGRA for success by being consistent across the board, and this is saying IGRA is not refunding any of that in the future. So I think I loved it as it was initially presented.
Thank you. Time has expired on the amendment to the amendment. No, just kidding. On the green. So, all those in favor of changing into the green, or changing it to the green, say aye. Opposed, say nay. Nay. Okay, it fails, so we'll go back to refresh. Perfect. Okay. Now, I think further discussion on the original cleanup. This was the original intent. Somehow things got messed up. So this is their proposal. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Passes. So, this is just a cleanup because the RMS system does the bull draw now. So, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? It passes.
Could one go back and we have one more?
That one? Okay. No. Any discussion? Do what? Oh, is there a right above? Can you roll down a little bit, Frank? Oh, that's it? Okay. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? It passes. Okay, going back to which one? Is it one that y'all had earlier than this one? We have one more. Okay. Oh, we just go right there? Okay. All right, they got one to clean up, so they'll, okay, we'll bring them back up. They're going to clean up the one.
Number 10.
You can have my report.
Something that was omitted earlier, and certainly there was no intention, but I talked to Laura and Christine and the WRF group, is we want to thank our sponsors, that being the City of Scottsdale, Jack Daniels, Estrella Jalisco, Smirnoff, Mr. Longarm, FedEx, Main and Vine Spritzers, Red River Rodeo Association, P&R Productions, the Michaels Clan, DSRA, GSGRA, Palm Springs Chapter, BS West, and all the folks that donated to the silent auction. We want to thank them. And this list is a little longer, but you know what, folks? Without sponsors and our sponsorships, we couldn't put on all of our events. So I'm going to take time to do it, okay? So this is all your buckles and medals sponsors. DSRA, NGRA, Betty Pratt, the Michaels Clan, Charles Hancock Remodeling, Scotty Shaddix and Doug Graff, Kim and Kay Ree, Tom Sheridan, Andy and Lewis, Ty Teagan Memorial Barrel Race, Mark Board, Laura Lee and John Weatherly, High Point Performance Horses, Mr. Longarm, Stephen Edwards, Carl Weaver, Mustang Air Mechanical, Philip Goldkren, and Entourage Spa, Chicken Nugget, Mitch Califf and Bruce Smiley Califf, Rob Summers, Buckaroos Palm Springs, P3 Entertainment, AGRA, Shoot Stars, Travis James and Gary Parker, Jeff Singleton, Not My First Rodeo, Wade Earp and Jonathan Sutter, Curtis Ranch, CGRA, Ricky Roberts and Mike Funk, Duchess Smith, Iona Double Wide, Robin Cagle, Tommy Chandler, and David Hill. Can we give those people a round of applause? Did I miss somebody or mess up a name? Okay. Okay. Thank you to Charlie's Phoenix, and thank you, Mark. We appreciate everyone, and I encourage you to, support your local associations, and when you can, to support WGRF. We appreciate everyone's support. Thank you. Where is Jeffrey? You want to do? Did you have one? Okay. Another committee that I personally chair, and we met yesterday, and it's the Membership Standing Committee. This committee only meets in case of business that we need to take care of on something to do with a member in bad standing situation, which doesn't happen very often. So we had no business. We did have some people that were there to visit and ask the question of what we actually did. So, Jean was there with me. We explained the things. And so I believe Jean and I talked, I think, the few members that are of this committee, I think one might be going off, and we'll have to, tomorrow we'll have to elect one to come back onto that committee. So that being said, we just had general discussion and explained to some of the new people what that committee actually did. But not to say we don't do anything, but we don't have to do anything unless there's trouble in paradise. So is the ROC committee ready? Okay. Okay. We're ready for you. No, oh, I'm not?
Let's see, the rodeo officials committee met on Friday, November 22nd from 1 to 2:51. Total of 17 people attended the meeting, 11 were voting members. We have the list attached for the attendees. And I want to thank the members of the committee for their cooperation. Bruce Robbie wasn't able to attend, so provided a spreadsheet of everyone in the committee. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm losing my breath all of a sudden. Oh, I like that though.
It's because she doesn't have a beer in her hand.
That's it. I'm a quart low. After review, it's noted that Travis James was accidentally omitted from the Arena Directors Program, and we've updated that since. As most of you know, nothing came to the committee prior. There was a long discussion about blanket approvals for individuals in the certification program. It is the sincere feeling of the committee that it is our responsibility to IGRA to make sure the certified officials candidates are ready to advance in the program. This recommendation came to the committee as a motion from Guy, seconded by Travis, and passed. You'll see this on the next form. And it is a recommendation that we approve that proposal that's coming up. The committee was asked by Jack Morgan, lead for the judges program, to approve adding Candy Pratt to the judges certification program. I wish all of you luck. After a quorum was achieved, the motion was approved. At the conclusion of this convention, the following certification paperwork will be presented to the trustees for approval. Michael Norman as scorekeeper, secretary, auditor. Christopher Tobin, rookie judge. Stephanie Garber, arena crew coordinator. Seeing no further people to talk about, the committee was adjourned. So that's up to you. Yeah, it's in separate. Okay.
Questions? Okay, that can be corrected. Frank, can we bring up
The proposal. We were concerned about minimums being required. So enrollees may be required to obtain additional hands-on experience, work additional rodeos and/or events upon the recommendation of the area lead or rodeo officials committee prior to being recommended for certification. Additional requirements will be communicated to the enrollee at the earliest opportunity so the individual can develop a plan to obtain the required experience.
any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? It passes. Wow, that was easy. Wait a minute, any questions for the rock group? Thank you. Yep. I have an announcement. So I hope everybody attends the Hall of Fame reception tonight. But after that, Daddy's Bar and Grill is going to have happy hour all evening long. You get happy hour prices, and Mr. Tobin is the bartender. So you might even get doubles. And with, huh? Okay, you want to come back? Okay. Frank, we're going to go back to rodeo rules for the one that had to be cleaned up. It's number 10, I believe. Is that right?
Wait, nope.
Nope. Wrong one? Nope.
Patrick,
What number?
the one I just gave you? Okay. There it is.
Okay.
There it is.
Okay, there we go. Okay. I'll give everybody time to read this. Is that you, Michael?
My understanding currently is the IDRE rodeo auditor for finals, all of the accrued money from all the rodeos to finals, that money is all distributed equally to all events at finals. If you're saying that we need to track the unawarded purse by event per rodeo, that's a significant.
Where does it say unawarded?
Do what?
Where does it say unawarded?
The unawarded says all the money that's accrued by the event says it has to go to that specific event at.
So it's not unawarded, it's per event. So your verbiage was confusing to me.
Well,
So
this is confusing to me.
okay, so
David, I think David can explain.
David?
Okay, the $2 fund, it's easier to know what it is.
Okay.
It consists of the $2 per event.
Okay.
You can figure out what event it is by men and by women.
Okay.
Okay. Unawarded purse also goes in there.
Okay.
So you'd have to keep track of that. Hat fines go in there. Who gets a hat fine? We have to keep track of who lost their hat in what event and their sex. And then my other big problem is there is a standing rule. No, there's a rodeo rule where you take $1,800 out for men and for women out of the total money put in.
Gotcha.
How are you going to determine what category that's going to come out of?
Okay. Got it.
Make sense?
Yep. Yes, sir.
I would make a motion that this not be approved.
You can't do that.
Okay.
Michael, we know how you're going to vote, though. Number 2.
Looking at TDRA, so you're talking about the extra money that is unaccounted for. Let's just say that, right? Okay, the hat fine, the per man and woman, whatever, right?
By event.
By event. So any money, why can't you take that and just divide that equally among all events?
That's not what it says.
Okay, but would that be easier? Because if so, we could go back and amend that to make that, would that be easy for you, is my question?
That's just it. Where's the all-around money going to come out of? We can do the even thing there, but I don't know where the money for that will come out of.
13. Guy?
I think this is very divisive, but problematic also in other ways, because if we have people who compete in like bull riding or saddle ranch bronc riding, and then nobody comes to finals, where does that money go to?
There wouldn't be any money in there.
There would.
Okay. Number 10. Jean?
Well, correct me or Yeah, I know. Gene Friggs, North Star, but point me in the right direction. But the way I'm reading this, this is only talking about dividing the money of the $30 entry fee of the event. It doesn't have anything to do with added money. It doesn't have anything to do with unawarded money. It has to do with the money accrued in that event. So I understand it being, I get the point about it being a bookkeeping nightmare. Totally get that. And as far as I see there's an issue as far as the $1,800 for the all-arounds having to be determined, where that comes from. But this change actually only affects or has anything to do with that, what is it, David? You said $2 per out of 30? $2 out of 30. It's only that $2 that has to be split out. So if we lose enough hats, I guess that would take care of the $1,800, but I'm not sure.
Okay. So, all right, hang on. Benjamin.
Yeah, Frank, refresh, please. So I pulled the original, and the word "this," I think that's what Gene might be referring to, and that reminded me. The word "this" is in the original, but you're intending to replace this with "the." Is that correct? All right, thanks.
Okay, number 14, Amy.
Amy Griffin Ilgra. Okay, if I understand this correctly, the $2 from each barrel racing entry would stay in the barrel racing pot. The $2 from bull riding would stay in the bull riding pot. So we could have, for example, going into finals, prior to entry fees for finals, we could have, say, $20 in the bull riding pot and $2,000 in the barrel racing pot. I understand that in many ways this is fair to contestants that compete in oversubscribed or fully subscribed events. And if we could find money somewhere to help compensate the events with a lower number of entries, women's shoot dogging, steer riding, women's and men's steer riding, any bulls, any broncs, and also figure out where the $1,800 times 2 would come from. I think there's a lot of fairness in this, but 2 sets of bull riders, 2 sets of bronc riders, 1 set of shoot doggers at least will be disenfranchised through this.
Number 13, Roger.
Roger Bergman, NGRA. Where does the $1,800 come from right now? Because we can't see that up on the screen. Does that come out of this money? I mean, I don't see how it's coming out of here. So it's a little confusing to not see the entire rule right now.
It comes out of the complete finals prize purse pot. Right, David?
Right.
Okay.
But right now, it comes, part of that money, or all of that money comes from here, and the way it's written now, it would be eliminated for all around? Or what's the 1,800? Is that all around? I'm guessing.
Yes.
See, I'm guessing. I don't really know
Yes.
what's happening.
Okay. Number 2, Tim.
Tim Smith, TGRA. Well, a couple things. It did say, I'm not sure from Gene's, and I may be missing what he was saying, but it does say all the money held in escrow. So that would include all the money that's being held from all of the entry fees all year long, is my understanding, where it states somewhere else is escrow, correct?
Ad fines and unawarded perks also.
Okay, and unawarded perks, okay. So, and then I think, I'm not sure what Court Top was speaking on, but I'm going to use this as an example. So in bull riding, if we have one bull rider that comes in, and it's $300 in men and women's bull riding. So right now, if one bull rider comes in and makes a ride on the first day, they get all $300, correct? That's in that pot. Okay, so we don't just award places so that we would then have extra money if we didn't have those people show up. Maybe that's a flip side of this. Or could we not just say, let's pull the all-around money out first and then divide up whatever was left out of that into those? Or is that no more deeper, really?
So you're going to divide the 1,800 per sex and divide that equally, then you're going to have the bull riders in a negative position.
Okay. Gene, did you want to talk? Did I see your paddle again? Oh, other end. Troy.
Trey Brubaker, North Star. I guess first I got to start off with prefacing all of this with the 1,800 has to come from somewhere else, obviously. If we go forward with this, that 1,800, let's hypothetically say that 1,800, we find another way of getting that from something else or find a way of allocating, assuming that we can solve that problem elsewhere. That's kind of where I'm going to speak from right now. I like this rule. This is going to increase participation in certain events because, hey, there's a lot of people shoot dogging at every rodeo. That means there's going to be more money in finals. So maybe I should go up to Bay Area or Minnesota, these smaller rodeos that have low attendance, to get more points so I can go to finals. Now the little rodeos are going to benefit from this, I think, significantly because it's going to drive attendance in more events. Maybe I'm competing in one extra event every rodeo because there's going to be more money in my event. When you look at dividing it equally, it doesn't work that way, I don't think. I feel like, for example, if Barrel Racers is our most competed in event, they're paying for smaller, less popular events to compete in. That money should go to them because it's their money. And so I would like to see the money kept raised by the contestants in their events. I do think, though, that we need to find a way of solving the $1,800. If we can find a way of doing that, I'm 100% in support of this.
Eliminate all rounds.
We've run out of time, so we have a motion to extend. Well, does that stop it? Okay. All right. 10-minute caucus. I'm going to call the convention back to order. Caucus time is done.
Sorry to be a wet
Mipsy? Is everybody back in? Okay. Yep, and I know what I'm fixing to do. Okay, so I'm about to surrender my chair position so that I can speak. Oh, yes. Oh, we did have a motion to extend, did we not? Okay. Okay, then the caucus. Okay, so I need a motion to extend. And, yep, got it all. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Okay, it was Tim, and then, yep. Okay, okay. No, it's all right, we don't have that. You're just gonna, right after I speak, then these people are next, if they want to. Okay, so I'm gonna talk against this, and I'm gonna tell you why. We're here to promote rodeo, and we're here to promote all the events, okay? I gave a solution to this problem, and what they were trying to do is like if you have one, let's say one bronc rider, that person only went to one event, and when they came to finals, they got the whole pot for both days, and they had only contributed one time a year. Okay? So my solution was that, okay, there's another place we can fix this that says, you know, if there's only one rider, then it only pays first place money. To me, that's more fair. Trey, to your deal, that's perfectly okay for men, but that isn't for women. In shoot dogging, many times there's 3 or 4 or 5, and so you got to think about that all year long. When they get to finals, that pot's certainly not going to be as big. And we want our women shoot doggers We want our bronc riders, we want our bull riders, we want our steer riders. There's other ways that we can fix this little problem that we don't have to take a drastic like this because it will end rodeo. I implore you to vote against this because this will run off the few rough stock riders that we have. Thank you.
We actually, further discussion? Number one.
Cooper, Colorado. I'm going to speak to you from a rough stock rider standpoint. I'm in favor of this. It will not chase me away. What actively is chasing some of us away is when we, as amateur riders, have almost zero chance of this. This discussion's been going on for us for about 2 years. We talked about different proposals we'd like to see, like maybe requiring a minimum number of rodeo participants throughout the year. We'd like to go to 3 to qualify, that sort of stuff. It's complicated. We don't do it for money. There's not very much money in bull riding and steer riding. There's just not much there. We do it for the challenge. We do it for the fun. It's really, this year was different. This year was amazing. I was so happy. But it's really disheartening when we show up to finals knowing we won't have a chance at first place. We know it. We go into it, and that messes with your mind. It really sets you back. So I really feel like this would allow us, as rough stock riders, a fighting chance to actually place at finals, and I think it would encourage us to participate even more. I'm only speaking from a rough stock riding standpoint. I'm not speaking from a shoot dogging standpoint. I can't do that. But I think it's something that would encourage us tremendously. And I have spoken to all the rough stock riders that are in our group, and most of them are on board with this. I'm not talking about the money. We're totally in favor of
12.
I'm opposed to this. I agree with Candy that this actually sort of consolidates the money with the people who already have it. And if you're a goat dresser, your checks go down relatively at finals, but they were already pretty high all year. And the big problem is it really kind of rubs me wrong that the international champion women's shoot dogger gets a quarter of the check that the international champion men's shoot dogger. That just hurts more than anything else, and I don't know why. I think it's because I just think it's damn wrong. This harms the events where we're trying to grow and get more participation. And yeah, it's not even. It's not even. It's not meant to be even. It's it gives a chance for the events that need to grow, to give incentive to get people to make it to finals and to come to finals. And the rough stock riding events are the ones that we've seen a pretty significant decrease in participation in the past number of years. And I think this would push it even further down. I don't want to see that go away. I'd like to keep our history of riders. And I definitely think that all events should be viewed as equal when we get to finals.
Okay, I'm going to let David speak for a few seconds, and then I'll be with you, Sammy.
So just in regard to the comment about the women's shoot dogger would get a third or whatever of the men's shoot dogger, if that is what everybody's reading here, and if we need to change it, it would be the shoot dogging money goes to the shoot doggers. The barrel racing money goes to the barrel racers. It wouldn't be female shoot dogging money goes to females and male shoot dogging goes to. So it's just the event, not split event and gender.
15.
Sam Recipient, Red River Rodeo Association. I am also against this. I think there is a solution somewhere to what everyone's point is. I don't believe that this is it. And an example, Cooper talked about how it affects him. You know what? This benefits me for the events that I do, but I think overall it hurts IGRA on what's going to happen. And that's the bigger point. I think that we will lose a lot of rough stock riders. And David, I'm glad you brought up that point because I was going to bring that up. This is paying men and women's money all goes together. So because a lot of people are talking about women's dollars. If you also think about someone said that, well, we're subsidizing the rough stock riders. And you know what? Us as horse people, we get subsidized all the time on our stalls. You got to do that all year long because usually the stalls are more expensive than the amount we put out. So, just want you to know, we need to look at this in bigger picture, not as individuals. So what is good for IGRA? And if we lose rough stock riders to where there is one or none, think about that, going and having a rodeo, a finals rodeo, and you have no rough stock riders. That, you know, I can't even imagine a rodeo like that. And I think this will create, again, I think there's a solution, but this one's not it.
17. James, 17, please.
Oh, I forgot to hold that up for you. Chuck Browning, CRGRA. I'm conflicted. I understand the old process. Years ago, we had it a little bit differently too, where it was kind of a little bit gender or event specific. And I used to ride rough stock, and I used to, you know, now I do the other events. I've done them all, but I don't want to be closed-minded to change because although we see a reduction in rough stock riders, that's across the board at every type of rodeo. It's not just us. And it's not about money. Maybe it's about just people not wanting to get injured. I don't know what the answer is. But I do think that you need to look at the other side of that. Are we losing other potential contestants, or have we lost them because they come in and with their expenses, they're just not seeing a return on their investment to where they're like, you know what, I'm not going to do any of those either, because we have since 2007 lost contestants every year. I track it by rodeo, by gender, everything. Believe me, I'm a spreadsheet person. I got my Excel spreadsheet. Some of you have seen it. It's like, whoa, what's all that? But we continue to lose that. We need to look at that. Are we at risk here? Well, we tried the added rough stock money, and people contributed to that. And we saw some people come in. And granted, they were great people. They were great riders. They added to our show. But the minute that they didn't understand the payout and didn't get what they wanted, they kind of disappeared. It was kind of like, okay, well, what did we do wrong? What did we do right? We tried something. Maybe it didn't work. But look at it from both sides. We may lose here, but we're also losing on the backside too. And do we take the time to really try to figure it out? Do we stop taking chances because of unknown fears? I don't know the answer. I like this. It's different. You know, I know the old way, and I'm conflicted.
11.
I don't support this rule as it's written. It seems like the consensus is that we don't support the rule as it's written. But I'd like to motion to send it back to committee, and here's why. If we just no vote this and it goes away, clearly there's an issue of some kind that should be addressed to create equitable rodeos. And if we voted no and don't do anything to it, we don't really get the ability to try to solve the problem again until next convention. So I think that I'd like to make a motion that we let the committee maybe try to refine the wording or create a different version to incentivize rough stock riders, but also keep a fair and equitable distribution.
Could I just say that we don't have to do that? We can not do anything with this. We can pass it or don't pass it, and a new rule can come up as new business. So we don't necessarily have to do that.
The 10-minute extension has expired. Call for a vote. All in favor of calling for the vote? Let's clarify.
Actually, if there was no motion to extend, then there's no need to call for the vote. It just will be the vote.
Okay, all in favor? All opposed? Any extensions? Thank you. Well, I think extensions, you know, here. Gotta remember, it's MIPSy, you know. It fails.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, don't forget that we have the Hall of Fame tonight, and then you can go to, whoop. Oh, got it. Okay, so Jeffrey Neal with University has created a little survey that he would like everyone to take this evening if possible, after we leave here sometime this evening. It is in the University folder. Frank's got it right there. So, anyway, don't forget, yep, Frank. Hang on. Can you put it on the website as well? Yep. Very bottom of the home page, he said. Okay, so don't forget the Hall of Fame reception. Don't forget that Chris is bartending and you have happy hour prices all evening long at Daddy's Bar and Grill. Yes? Yes, sir. On the Hall of Fame reception, Tommy? Or is it a cash bar or will they take credit cards? Hosted wine or beer only, and I imagine if you want something different, you can walk upstairs and grab that and walk back. How's that? Where do you want to meet? Okay, so we're about to adjourn, and Rodeo Rules is going to meet right up here. Yes, ma'am? How about 10 o'clock? What? Yes? Okay, so I'm going to try again. What, do I have anybody else that wants to throw their paddle up before I adjourn us? Okay, you are adjourned. I hope to see all of you at Hall of Fame tonight.